Yo, Coffee, Python, what's going on? What do you think, guys? You ready to show some love and appreciation? Me? Shit. I'm just doing the same old, brother. What you doing? Here, let's go. Boom. Coffee and Python in the house. What are you guys doing? What's up? What are you guys doing? Me? I'm just chatting, man. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm going to do today. It's not even about the game. We tried it yesterday. We're going to try it again today. Except for this time, we're going to do it right. As opposed to actually putting ourselves in a category that says that we're going to be playing a game. We're going to put ourselves in a category. It says all we're going to do is talk. Sit here and run our mouths. Chat it up. Oh, Coffee Black. Hey, Coffee Black. You going to freaking, dude, you got your toolbox with you? Something tells me we might need to have to drop a couple hammers today. What do you think, man? Timo! Good morning, Timo. Nothing much than just watching the stream. Huh? Coffee, you think it's coming? You think it's coming? Huh? What you think? I'm just watching the stream. Now you talking, Python. That's all right, man. Go on ahead and get yourself some tea. Go on ahead and get yourself relaxed. You can call me Boomer all day long as far as I fucking care. I don't care. Eyes doesn't cares. Oh, yeah. Now, I gotta be honest with you, man. I was like, okay. I don't feel like playing the game today. To be totally honest, I don't even feel like playing. But I do feel like being here. I do feel like hanging out with y'all. I do feel like freaking like, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be a good day, regardless of what Mother Nature looks like outside. Because I tell you what, it looks like it's going to come down in buckets. And I ain't talking about snow. I think it's just going to be rain. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Timo jumping in. Old Timo jumping in on the OK Boomer. There you go, Coffee. Pull that toolbox out. Get your hammer all geared up. Grease it up. Get it all greased up, ready to go. Swinging wild. Wild swinging. Anyhow, I think I'm going to leave it on this screen right here. All right. I'll tell you what. I'm going to just make it look like I'm actually doing something. And you guys keep me company. Guys and gals, you guys and gals, keep me company. Back here making a run. Mine Daddy. Mine Daddy, where are you coming from? Coming from right there? Yep, that's the one. All right. We're going to tell them to stop living. So, yesterday we kind of had things going, and I continued on, you know, just kind of messing around and what have you. Matrix. You say you want to watch a movie? We can do that. See, that's the best part about just chatting. Just chatting is we can do whatever the hell we want. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do any freaking gaming. We don't have to freaking shoot. We don't even got to talk. You can sit there and just watch. Sit there and look like you're sitting on a shelf. Like you're sitting on a shelf. Like you're elf on a shelf. That's what it looked like. Timo, that's a wise idea. That is a wise idea. Shoot, we could build a freaking airplane if we wanted to. I could sit there and go get some pieces and parts. Huh. What you guys think? You want to build a satellite? We could build a satellite. I got a couple of... Matter of fact, I got a couple of... Here, hold on a second. I got a couple of Raspberry Pis. You guys want to build a satellite? I got a couple of Raspberry Pis. These are the B+. They're old. They're old as dirt. We can build a satellite. Let's do that. Let's build a satellite. Screw it. I got a couple of old phones. I got me a Galaxy S4. Fully charged. I got a Galaxy S4. 2 Raspberry Pis. Let me get some chicken wire. Frida! Woman! You in there yet? I know I'm up too early for that. What else do I got laying around? Got a couple of, what did I see from right here? Got an old monitor. Huh. What y'all want to do? What do you guys want to do? That's a genius of just chatting. That is the genius of just chatting. Is that you can turn it around and do whatever the hell you want. I can sit here and read chat all day long. We can check the news. Oh, you talking about you talking about Mini Me? You talking about Mini Me? My cheerleader. Look at this guy right here. Speaking of coffee, he's like, huh? Huh? Eh? Eh? What you think about that, Python? Huh? You like that old school stuff? I've had Mini Me for a long time, dude. You want to know what that is? Hey, Light Mouse, what are you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Of course, in New Zealand, dude, it's probably, I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. What time is it in New Zealand, dude? That's freaking crazy. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to, like I said, I'm going to just keep on doing this craziness. I'm probably getting blasted on. Hold on a second. Nope. Oh, you guys can't even see. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. Here. That ain't going to help. There we go. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one I'm looking for. So I tell you what, y'all. I'm not doing anything but freaking just like bebopping around. I'm talking to y'all. I am talking to y'all. Everything that you see happening on the screen right now is nothing more than filler. It's nothing more than filler for me talking to y'all. There you go. Simon, tell them what time it is. Tell them what time it is. It is true. It is absolutely true. It is absolutely true. Simon, what are you up to, brother? You doing all right? You doing all right and okay and all that craziness? Oh, did we not have the thing loaded already? Sometimes you gotta wait for the server to catch up. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do. What are y'all doing? How's your day going? How's your Monday? How is your Monday going? You guys into? Anybody doing anything cool? Yeah, not too bad. Thanks. Just relaxing this morning. After this morning's stream. Oh, wait a minute. Simon, were you streaming today? Is that what you're saying? GG, brother. 12 hours? Is it? Light Mouse. I don't even know, Python. You had a bonfire during the weekend? GG, brother. GG. Get out there and shake it up. That's all right. That is all right. I should have some background music and everything going on. Let's do that. Let's put on some background music, man. I don't even want it to be dry. I don't want it to be dry today. Let's see. How are we going to do this? I guess we go to YouTube. Let's go to YouTube. Right. Let's see what we can come up with. Lo-fi, 3 hours. Let's see if we can find some freaking dude. I just want some chill music. That's what I really want. What's the smooth jazz? Let's see what we got going on right here. What you guys think, man? Nice. That's kind of nice. That's kind of chill. That's chill.
I'm lurking over here. Can't you see I'm lurking?
I can see it now. Go right on ahead, Coffee. Lurk on, brother. Lurk on. Coffee Black in the house. Moderator extraordinaire. heavy-handed, quick on the band hammer. Mr. Coffee Like Black. 98.5 on your YouTube and Twitch dials. Hey! Not bad, huh? And it's got something for everybody. I agree. Oh, you're using Pretzel Rocks? Oh, is that what that is? Not pushing it too much yet? Nice, nice. So wait a minute. That means you got your setup. That means you got your thing happening. Let's go check that out. As a matter of fact, let's do that. Let's go check out Pretzel Rocks. Really? We can do whatever we want. It's just chatting. This is great. See, once I figured out the flexibility, I was just like, you know something? This is all right. Oh, speaking of which, hey, Python, you were talking about the cup? How long that cup's been sitting on the shelf? Dude, that is a loop. That is a freaking loop. Howdy. Cool part is that a freaking dude. All the screens are live. You like that? Not bad, huh? And that's what's bad inside? Yeah, the blue cup, right? You wanna know how long it's been sitting up there? Huh. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's probably been years now. Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see, how would we do that? We could do it like this. Simon, you were saying, what is it called? Pretzel Rock? Pretzel Rocks. It's asking about pretzel. They got a premium. Download for Windows? Ooh. The first music player built for live streaming. "25 years now. I don't think it's been that long. It hasn't been decades. Bring that back just a hair. You guys can still hear that okay, huh? What's Pretzel Rocks? I don't know. That's what Simon was saying. Royalty-free music. The free is good. Just posts in the channel what's playing. Oh, yeah? Interesting. I guess they probably do a little bit of self-advertising, too. That's what I'm kind of guessing. That's probably how it works. DMCA safe. Always important. Streams and VODs. Use on Twitch and YouTube without having to worry about content ID strikes. Stream instantly from the browser. Why would you have to download something if you got the freaking browser? If you, oh, because it's gonna post. Damn, man. I wish I had a scene where I could actually have the game like somewhere too. That way we could do a few things at one time, you know what I'm saying? Speaking of which, man, I don't even know what I'm doing. Really? I'm sure you could. They probably do have the where you can control it. Kind of interesting. They actually had like a Can we do something like this? Here, hold on a second. Oh, man, I can get close. I'd have to set up a scene where we can actually have like several things happening at one time. This one right here actually set it up as stream starter. You guys can see the game pretty much on the main screen though. And we can still take a look on the third screen. That's kind of interesting. Hey, let me ask, okay, so now that we're talking about it. Right. I know, Python. But this also shows off like, no, it's not all 5 screens. But it does have, like, you know, both the cameras. As well as like 4 different monitors. Wow, this is really chill. I'm really digging it. What kind of? Hey, let me ask you guys. Python, what kind of stuff do you use on your stream? What kind of like overlays and stuff? Where do you get your resources from? So you don't know where to look? Yeah, I know. It does get a little bit busy. There's so many Carls. Yeah, let me get Mini Carl in there too, huh? Let me get Mini Carl in there. Python, what do you use for your stream? What do you use to stream on? Simon, if I'm not mistaken, you use OBS, don't you? You use OBS to actually stream on. So most of your stuff is on PlayStation? Ah, I gotcha. That kind of sucks that you don't get to, I mean, can you do overlays? I suppose I should ask that question. Stream Elements, OBS, nice. Oh, so, wait a minute. Or you mean Streamlabs? Or Stream Elements actually has their own? I didn't know that they did. If they do. OBS plugin. Oh, okay. That's kind of interesting. What does that let you do? Is it just like overlays in alerts? Oh, really? That's interesting, Python. Activity feed and chat. Nice. Yeah, I got to admit, man, there's a lot of people that I mean, excuse me, especially Twitch streamers, that Stream Elements is it. It's not freaking, like, you know what I'm saying? They offer a lot of, well, I'm not gonna say customability. That's not the word I'm looking for. What is the word I'm looking for? Like interactivity, or activities, as well as commands. A lot of people like the commands of Stream Elements. Like they built in, they have like uptime, that kind of thing. Integration, yeah, good integration. Right. That's what I meant. You're on top of it, brother. Same headphones. Oh, speaking of which, I do got to take a look at some new headphones, y'all. I do got to take a look. I am, here, hold on. I have to switch scenes. Hello. I'm not sure if this is going to show up. But you guys see how tattered they are? See how tattered they are? It's not that they don't work. And I mean, I don't want to be a jerk and freaking like, you know, not have headphones. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get a new set of headphones just because of the aesthetics. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's like little bits and pieces of foam and stuff that keep falling off. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, they're definitely well used. Shoot, I've had these practically since the beginning. A store which you don't need a Prime membership for? Wow, that's kind of nice. How long have I had them? It hasn't been 6 years. It's been like pretty much so when I first started streaming, to be totally honest. So it's been about 4 years. Been about 4 years. Something like that. Something like that. Nice. I'm loving it. It's like McDonald's. I am loving it. Python, you know I've got 3 different start screens, actually. Matter of fact, I gotta switch back over that just so I can put the freaking stream starting back up. Otherwise, I will forget. I've got that one. I've got that one, the one that you love with the blue cup. Yeah, that's just a looping video. Isn't that great? You guys want to watch the looping video? Here, let me get rid of the, Hey! I love it, dude. This is the part that sells it. The part that sells it. I've actually had people come in and they start watching and they're like, why is he looking at an empty chair? Because I'll be off getting coffee. You know what I'm saying? I won't even be in the chair. And then, but it's just a video. That's all it is. And he says you got cobwebs on it? I don't even know. I don't think so. Actually, to tell you the truth, I think I was using the cup. Even though I take a sip from the frickin', like the fast food place cup. It was like Chick-fil-A. I can't remember what the cup was. Yeah, this was a couple years back. A couple years back, I freaking got this video. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny because you'll see somebody walk by. How long the water... Now, the water bottle just got there. At that point. Alright, you know something, screw this game. Let's get out of here. This is the best part about freaking Just Chatting, y'all. I can be like, nope, not even feeling it. Not even feeling it. So we can get rid of freaking, I'll tell you what, let's take down Steam. What we ought to do is we ought to bring up the freaking, this way I can actually switch over to this one? No. Where were we? We can take a look at it like that. That's probably not gonna work the best. Carl Parl, dude, I've never even tried that. Invisible on the chair, really? Oh yeah, and then there's another one. I've actually got this one that I just made. There you go. What do you think about that one? That's got a lot going on too. Yeah. Yeah. I can sit there and watch that all day. I really, really could. Because I actually went out and tried to find some freaking, like, some panels, some display panels. And I was like, wow, I came across a lot of cool ones. I was like, man, I can't decide. I was like, screw it. I'll take them all. There we go. So what do we gotta do, y'all? You guys feel like what? Actually, tell you the truth, you know what I really need? I need to get me another frame. I need to get a camera frame going. Like, you know what I'm saying? This scene right here, where it's got, like, you know what I'm saying, the names and stuff down there. I've had that for so freaking long. I need to make a change on that one. I do need to make a change on that. I can't decide on whether or not to do, like, a frame. You know what I'm saying? Like have a legitimate camera frame. Because, like, I don't have a nerd shelf, something I can sit up behind me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have anything I can sit up behind me that'd be interesting to look at. I probably got a bunch of knickknacks and stuff like that I can throw up there, but nothing cool. I mean, it's not like I have like a ton of... I do got some really, really old freaking computer parts. Maybe make some sort of crazy collage out of old computer parts. Wouldn't that be cool? That would be cool. Maybe we could just chat that, huh? Cat cam? I don't have a cat. I don't have any animals. Oh, speaking of which, did I put the, nope. Here, hold on. Look at bouncing through scenes. Boop. There we go. I don't even know what to do, and I don't feel like doing shit. I feel like hanging out with y'all, man, drinking some coffee, running our mouths about shit. I already told Coffee to get his freaking hammer revved up. God only knows whether or not we're gonna get some people, you know, lurking in the background. Hell, we don't even have to say anything. Maybe we could just sit here and not do anything. We could do what everybody else does and do like reaction videos. You want to do a reaction video? Oh, Coffee's still here. Invisicup, exactly. You can do like Crouch Guy Carl's dance party.
You gonna die!
That's right.
Run, bitch! Run!
Coffee's still here. Here you go, man. I'll tell you what. Let's do this. That way when somebody new comes in, to be like, what in the hell is going on here? What do you think, man? Screensaver? Just have the screensaver.
I'm lurking over here. Can't you see I'm lurking?
Python, you go right on ahead and lurk on. You go right on ahead. I am going to die. So everybody's going to die at some point. We can talk about death, life and death, accomplishments, daily life, driving in a DeLorean in a fake town, fake sunsetting, got rain on the road. I like how they got the reflections going and everything. I wonder if I could even just walk off. You guys think I could just like walk off for like an hour or two? What do you think? Should we do a chair stream? We could do a sexy chair stream. No.
You know what time it is. Sexy chair time.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to be looking up headphones. Here, let me do this. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Oh, much better. Much better. I don't even know what my title is, to be totally honest. Maybe I ought to change my title. Oh, I'm just going to wait for y'all. I'm going to sit here and relax. It's a chill day. Welcome, y'all. Welcome to the garage. You guys want to recreate memes? We can recreate a meme. We could do something like that. We could try on bathing suits. We could do like fashion. We could do fashion. I can't do makeup though. Yeah, Light Mouse, it's one of those days. Here at WGGC, Garage Guy Radio. Twitch TV / Garage Guy Carl. Jamie, what's going on? That's your kind of party? GG. Jamie, how are you doing today? Welcome. Congratulations on the gifted sub. You can thank one of our fine community members for the gifted sub. It has been a long time. What have you been doing? Obviously streaming. GG. Oh yeah, it has definitely been a hectic year. You talking about 2020 or 2021? Both. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh! Maybe I ought to move the microphone, right? So I can actually do the radio voice without having to like go off camera. I always thought that was kind of amazing. That how different the microphone sounds, like being far away. And I guess that's how people get that soothing voice. You've got a soothing voice up until you get like, real close up on the microphone, and then you can kind of get really low and really slow. GG. Congratulations and okay, Boomer. Jamie, I hope it hasn't been too bad, man. I hope you've been doing all right, man. You been doing anything cool? Playing any cool games? When was the last time that you streamed? Let's find out. Oops. Streamception, y'all. Jamie. You haven't streamed forever? Yeah, apparently so. I wonder who else is on. You guys ever watch these guys? This guy's got a freaking, he's got a shop. I think it's, I don't know if it's in UK or Australia. I can't remember. He's just chatting too. Look, he'll actually sit there and work on cars. I tell you what, that freaking Land Rover right there is sweet. He's got a dude standing next to him. That's freaking badass, dude. Oh wow, there's Z-Brag. Hey, let's go check out some other streamers, man. Uh-oh, commercial time.
Oh, that's fake. That pallet's fake, that's pallet's fake, that's pallet's fake.
I'm gonna fucking vlogger right. No, don't go this way, don't go this way with it.
Rip.
I hate Freddy.
He's going to you, Monkey. No, wait, he's not.
There's Z-Brag.
Oh, he loves picking me up.
She comes over every once in a while.
He will literally just shook his head.
I thought this was like fucking hitting it right here. Not even half to see.
What's the point of...
Let's see. Oh wait, Moki. Moki freaking rated us yesterday.
Hitting it right here. It's not even hard to see.
What's the point of wiggling?
Wait a minute. Is Moki playing with freaking
so fucking long, I know.
Z-Brag?
Rune finally gone? My gen is so far gone.
I don't understand wiggling in this game. It just doesn't make sense.
He's chasing me, I think. No? Yes?
I'm on the other side of the school, but alright.
I'm going for him
I'm
then.
pretty sure that Wegland is just something
he's-
that, like,
he's
he can
close.
talk about.
Has succeeded someone.
Hello.
I mean,
You
sometimes
missed.
it works.
After you change jobs? Well, Jamie, I tell you what, man. Sometimes it happens, brother. Sometimes it happens.
Healing in the basement, that's great.
Kind of a stark contrast from Dead by Daylight. Jamie, what have you been playing lately, though? I mean, you been playing any games?
So weird looking at your stream and then seeing the... Good.
And who have you been playing with?
Crazy.
Just never got time to spend. That means you're gonna be accumulating a lot, brother. Better watch out.
No, you're actually gonna pick
Corporate
me
terms, you're gonna have a hostile
up. Let's do
takeover.
this, bitch.
Too much money laying around.
We're going outside.
So you haven't been on it forever? I mean, not streaming, but just like gaming in general. I'll put it to you this way. Okay, how about this? What was the last game you played? And who was the last person you played with?
What you got, killer over here, bro? Come on. Come on, right here. Nope, there's definitely no one over there.
Quiet streak.
Definitely no one over here. Right here. Right here, killer. That's a fucking dead end.
Oh shit.
Oh, goodness fucking gracious. Why
Get
would
him
you do that?
away from him. I can't get him. Look, he's going for me now. I'm dead. Dead mashed
Grab me,
potato.
grab me, grab me, grab me, grab me, grab me.
Look, it's the same killer.
No BT though.
Seems like I've died the first time so many times the late last games.
Yep, I don't know why killers dislike me so much.
We're switching roles finally.
Old Spriggs. Wait a minute. Spriggs. Oh my gosh, dude. I haven't heard that name in forever.
It was like literally just a
6
dot.
months. Wow.
Spring.
Sea of Thieves.
Is it chasing you?
That's pretty wild, man. Well, Jamie, I tell you what, if you see Spriggs, man, you tell him we've been thinking about him. From the heart, man. From the heart. I hope that
There's
he's
nothing
doing
in
well
this
too.
room but desks.
No, the hell?
Him and the family. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all's.
Ow.
Both of the
We did
fams.
Anyway.
Oh, thanks.
Yes,
But
but-
nobody's joining your call? What the fuck, man? You can't have a meeting without anyone joining. One-man meeting.
All right, well, I tell you what, we're not going to get latched on to freaking.
Hey, look, there's a picture of a teddy bear.
Wait,
That's kind of interesting. Moki and Zebrag, huh?
He's coming here.
Here we go. Dude, Jamie, you ready? You ready to play some PUBG? What you doing right now, brother? That's the best part about just chatting, man. We can do whatever the hell we want. If I felt like grabbing a book, reading, we can do that. Why in the world is Ibiza wearing a freaking mask?
I'm sorry.
I guess he does it. Maybe he does have somebody close by.
Oh. Oh.
I don't know how to fix that.
Oishi!
What the hell? 가자. 오케이, 오케이. 가자.
Frick. Look at these guys. What a bunch of fools.
Yeah, he's not.
What a bunch of fools.
Maybe
Oh, memeing. Run him over.
That's not like it.
for me.
My eyes.
Behind me.
Jamie, when was the last time you shook it up on some PUBG? Those were the days, man.
Where did he go? I think he run east. Go east.
Back when we could get down and have some fun on some PUBG.
I think he's
No
with.
one in here. Lojo gets looted.
Then he has to be.
Yep. Maybe we should even probably bust over somebody's content. If anything, man, we ought to go get some YouTube videos to do a reaction. Reaction to the reaction. To the reaction. To a reaction. Yeah, year or so. It's been a minute, hasn't it? I've jumped back in there and played like shoot past week, at least a little bit. And then freaking I think before that was probably maybe about shoot maybe a couple weeks. It's been a minute. At least it felt like it. Sure. You guys wake me up when you start having conversations, man. I like how everybody just like sits back and hangs out. An old friend is one YouTuber when he's getting chased by the police in a high-speed chase on YouTube. You gotta go truck shopping? You literally going truck shopping like right now? Police release the footage. Crazy. Hey man, good luck. Good luck, man. Good luck. Truck shopping, that's crazy, dude. I wonder if you're talking about like gotta get something different? Yeah. I feel you, brother. I feel you. Now, hey, look, when you say truck shopping, are you talking pickup truck? Or are you talking tractor trailer? Dump truck. What kind of truck you getting, man? Is this talking about a pickup truck? What's your brand, man? Ford? You Dodge, man? Chevy? You gotta go, though. You gotta go. I don't even get in the conversation, man. It's time you say you always was a bit of a prick? Really? Police footage of a high-speed chase. I don't know why in the world anybody would do that. Right about the time the cops freaking turn on the sirens and the lights, man, it's a done deal. The only thing you're gonna do is make it worse. Trying to run from the freaking police. Come on, man. This ain't no GTA. Nah, Jamie, I'm sorry, man. I didn't even mean to raise up conversation, brother. Go ahead, take care of your business, man. At some point in time, come on back and say hello. Let us know what you got. I wish I had Discord. Well, I don't wish I had Discord, but if I had Discord, you could post some pictures up there. Oh, you see when they did a pit maneuver on him? Rammed into him, huh? Rip. Jamie, you ought to get out of here. Go ahead and hit me up with them OK boomers. You can be guaranteed all these old rascals will do the same damn thing. Come on with them OK boomers, y'all. Let's get some OK boomers up in chat. Boom. There we go right there. It's good to see you, though. Glad you're still hanging out, man. Glad you still make it over. There you go, Simon. That's what I'm talking about. Take advantage of those. Take advantage of them badges you guys got going on. Simon, the crazy part is like, shoot, your other account. I wonder what badge you have on your other account. You got like a 1-year badge on your other account? Retro Rage? Wow. Killing it, dude. Killing it. You think we ought to have like a cat video or something going? Everybody loves the cat videos. At least they used to. People still go for the cat videos? smack. Oh no, Jamie's gone! Rip. I was gonna say we could try on swimsuits, right? You guys wanna see me fucking get I'm not gonna say it's going to be DMCA, but good God, Ember's a girl. Ow! Let's do some bathing suits. Remember I said try on some bathing suits? Here. How about some new styles? Can you get banned for this? Go on, hips. How much, girl? Come on out there. There you go. We're gonna try on some bathing suits, y'all. The fashion sense. The fashion sense is amazing, dude. Absolutely amazing. I can't imagine to be a designer that could take that much effort, that much time and effort to make, you know what I'm saying? Swimwear. I wouldn't have the patience. I would not have the patience or the fashion sense. Damn, girl. Look like them ankles about ready to fall off. Ready to break them freaking feet. Trying to walk like that. I got to admit, man, I do like how they got the laces running up the ankles, bottom of the calf. Always been a dog person. There you go. Like I said, how do you come up with something like that? How do you come up with something like that? Guys, let's talk fashion. Let's talk fashion. Guys should be able to talk about fashion. I don't know what it is, man. Women got all the fashion. Guys, we get suits. That's all we get. We get suits, t-shirts, and jeans. That's all there is to it. I mean, this kind of fashion sense right here, I'm telling you straight up, it is impossible. Absolutely impossible for me to come up with something like that. It was saying the time and the patience that would take. Not to mention that, you know what I'm saying? I can't sketch. I can't draw. It says, all summer long, high standards. Fearless. Just going for the look. You know what I'm saying? The right shoes, and the shoes make it. The shoes totally make it. Totally make it. All the fashion sense in the world, and it comes right down to the shoes, y'all. In case you guys don't know, it's all about the shoes. It is all about the shoes. Ain't got nothing to do with anything else. Just the shoes. Straight up shoes, man. I don't know. We have to take a look. We have to find ourselves some, we definitely have to find ourselves some more fashion. More fashion videos. What 5.1 really means. Hey, the forest. There we go. Freaking weasel, dude. Or is that what that is? I'm not sure if you guys get down with freaking Linus Tech Tips. Actually, this is Short Circuit. That's another channel. I was watching this the other night, as a matter of fact. This engineer went over to freaking Egypt and he started doing measurements on the stonework that was done in ancient Egypt, and he just couldn't get over it. And I mean, I agree with him, as he was talking about the three-dimensional aspects of actually creating a sculpture. Really, really interesting. Darren, you know what time it is. Again, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Fashion sense is everything. It's all about the shoes, dude. It is all about the shoes. What's up, Darren? And what are you saying yes please to? I guess I should be paying attention to chat since we just chat. I started mentioning about doing some swimsuit, doing a swimsuit stream, and then also we came across that video. I was like, hey, wait a minute, here we go. Darren, what you up to, man? I hope that you're doing well, brother. From the catwalk. Yes, please, from the catwalk. Oh, is that what you're saying? You say you want a big old heaping helping of that, huh? He says serve it up. $29.99, all you can eat. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Darren Miller. No music, man. Why's he got music going? Yeah, it is kind of amazing though. If you take a look at some of the stonework, that's what he's trying to point out.
Of my series looking at the evidence for forms of ancient high technology. Part 1 is worth a watch before this if you haven't seen it already. In that video, we set up some of the context around these claims for ancient high technology, how they correlate to the story of history as we know it, and then we dived into the evidence for ancient machining and polishing. In this video, we're going to look at another category of evidence for ancient high technology, the one that I think is the most convincing, that of precision. The nature of precision bears some explanation, as while it's a word we all know and hear pretty frequently, it certainly gets used constantly as a marketing term, precision this or precision that. It's a concept with some really far-reaching consequences. Our entire modern world is built on precision. We are constantly surrounded by its application, from the engines in our cars and the aircraft that we fly in, to the electronics that are omnipresent in every single device that we use, watch, or interact with. Without it, modern civilization simply wouldn't exist. Our way of life is the direct result of the relentless pursuit of precision. These days, we take the benefits of precision for granted. For example, the mass-produced and pervasive semiconductor microchips that are in all of our devices, from dishwashers to phones and computers. These all contain millions of transistors that are packaged in tiny, power-efficient silicon footprints. These tiny transistors are assembled in a process that's measured on the nanometer scale, which is to say measured in the billionths of meters. And yes, that's billion with a B. The width of a helium atom is measurable on this scale, coming in at around 0.06 of 1 nanometer. I recently read a book called The Perfectionists, How Precision Engineers Created the Modern World, written by Simon Winchester. It was recommended to me by Philip Adams in a brief email discussing the precision of the Serapeum.
I'm gonna die.
In this book, Winchester describes the rise of the modern pursuit of precision, beginning with its origins in the 18th century in England with the birth of accurate chronometers and developments in cannon manufacturing for the Navy, and also in the progression of the steam piston engine. All of a sudden, it started to become very important to be able to manufacture precision surfaces with low tolerances, like pistons and cylinders, such that pressurized steam didn't just leak out and could be made to do actual work. It also turns out that when the barrels of cannons are accurately bored out and rifled, which requires both the solid cast cannon and the tool that's boring it out to be held rigidly in place, they are far less prone to exploding randomly and far more likely to shoot straight. Before this development, naval cannons were made by casting the molten iron into its rough shape, including the hollow space for the barrel, and then they would fire the cannon while it was still cooling and pretty much just hope for the best. It was in small but significant leaps like this that modern precision manufacturing was born. From this point on, precision drove the Industrial Revolution, and its applications seemed endless.
That's crazy.
Modern engines are much more powerful and compact today, thanks to the precise flatness of cylinder heads and the low tolerances of pistons, rings, and balls, as well as the mechanical precision of all of their other parts. We enjoy the godlike ability to travel halfway around the world in a matter of hours by zipping through the stratosphere at nearly the speed of sound, even though we often complain bitterly about it, all thanks to precision. Mankind has the ability to send humans into space without instant death, and to even bring them back again, all thanks to precision. Modern firearms rely on precision-made parts and ammunition, as before we developed this capability, gun parts were handmade and had to be hand-filed to fit individual weapons. Before this, misfires, jams, or malfunctions were very common, although on the positive side, I suppose wars were probably a lot harder to fight back then. Ultimately, the application of precision in warfare led to the development of nuclear weapons, and now us talking monkeys have the ability to uncork Armageddon without the assistance of any space rocks or burps from the sun, so I guess it's not all good.
You'll get white quiet.
Clocks, watches, and other mechanical devices got smaller and more accurate, and eventually the microelectronic and semiconductor industries were born. Our civilization progressed from measuring precision in units of tenths of inches in the 1700s, right down to the nanotechnology of today that can be measured by the diameter of individual atoms. Why did we do this? Why did we go to all of the trouble, expense, and effort to develop and keep pushing back the boundaries of precision? This question may seem obvious, but it reveals one of the fundamental aspects of precision, and that is its relationship to function. We develop these expensive capabilities because they gain us notable functional benefits in their application. Inventing the capability to create hard surfaces that are perfectly flat to within 1/20th the width of a human hair is a difficult and expensive thing to do. Developing the capability to even measure such precision is equally expensive, if not more so. It requires calibration, and none of it comes naturally to us. You can't see this level of precision with your eye, you can't feel it with your hand. Of end products. Just consider a couple of examples from the modern age. Take the reductive process, like 3D CNC milling machines, or an additive process, like 3D printing. Whether we are making artwork or machine parts, it's the process itself that provides the precision. The process was developed in the first place so that we could gain the functional benefits of that precision, but then we can apply it to pretty much anything we want to do with the process. And this is an important point to remember when we're looking at the precision that's evident in some ancient objects, as some of these precision ancient objects appear more functional than others. So keep this point in mind as we go through the examples. Overall, I enjoyed Simon Winchester's book, as it certainly makes the case for
Oh, you kept it quiet about the book. That's what you meant.
One thing that I mildly disagreed with was the notion that the concept and practice of precision only began in the 18th century. I think it would
I
be
keep
more
forgetting we're watching a
accurate to
video.
say instead that the practice was restarted in the 18th century, or that the concept was only rediscovered at that time by modern man, as it seems clear that at some point, ancient man had a pretty damn good grip on the concept and application of precision as well.
Nice.
Although this isn't something that you will often see or hear discussed by orthodox archaeologists, there is tremendous evidence for very high degrees of precision in many of the vastly ancient stone objects and architecture.
This is the part I like.
Some of these objects display a level of precision that simply could not have been accidental, and by its very nature required sophisticated tools and highly advanced knowledge and capability in order to achieve. Although we find neither sophisticated tools in the archaeological record, nor any records of advanced capability in what we know of ancient civilizations, the proof that both existed at some point in the past is incontrovertible. The results of sophisticated tools and the results of these processes are still sitting right in front of our eyes in the megalithic objects and architecture that puzzle and captivate so many people from all around the world. Perhaps the best example of measured ancient
Look, you can even see the
is
ribs.
found in a
If
place
you saw where
that
the
I've
ribs
talked
were,
about
look.
extensively on this channel, the Serapeum of Saqqara. In terms of smoking gun evidence for ancient high technology, this underground labyrinth and its 24 huge megalithic boxes is really at the top of the list. The precision of these mighty single-piece boxes and their lids, some of which weigh up to 100 tons, is measured in straight lines, in flat surfaces, and in the perfect squareness of corners and relative faces.
Yeah.
These are easily understood dimensions of precision, and it's a good place to start our investigation, as we'll move on to the more complex evidence of compound curved surfaces and three-dimensional proportions.
That is freaking
of
amazing,
objects
though.
like the tiny stone jars and the giant granite statues afterwards. I have a 5-part series of videos dedicated to the Serapeum that's on my channel, so I'll be brief here. But if you haven't seen them, please do check out the Serapeum playlist. The link is below.
Look at that wild-looking rascal right there.
Using a calibrated and expensive precision straight edge, manufacturing engineer Chris Dunn has measured the inside surfaces of a couple of these boxes to be precisely and absolutely flat, to within 1/20th the width of a human hair, or 0.0001 inches, which is the limit of his straight edge. Wherever he moved the straight edge over the flat, mirror-like interior walls of the box, light did not pass underneath it, which it would have if the surface was not perfectly flat. Using a precision square, calibrated to within 5/100,000ths of an inch, or 0.00005 inches, he found the inside faces of the boxes to not only be perfectly square and parallel to each other, but also perfectly square relative to the lid. This is a profound achievement. Remember that this all has been done in massive single-piece granite boxes. These aren't separate pieces of granite that are then bolted together, which is how we might construct something like this today. And one single mistake anywhere would mean that you need to change the entire geometry of the box. The complexity and difficulty of getting this feat perfectly correct, particularly in faces up to 10 feet apart, really can't be overstated. Now, not only was this done perfectly for one box, it appears to be a feat repeated time and time again across many of these boxes. Quoting Christopher Dunn from his article, The Amazing Boxes of the Serapeum, which you can find on his website at gizapower.com. Quote, "Think of it as a geometric reality. In order for the lid to be square with the two inside walls, the inside walls would have to be parallel to one another along the vertical axis. Moreover, the top side of the box would need to establish a plane that is square to the sides. That makes finishing the inside exponentially more difficult. The manufacturers of these boxes in the Serapeum not only created inside surfaces that were flat when measured vertically and horizontally, they also made sure that the surfaces they were creating were square and parallel to each other, with one surface, the top, having sides that are 5 feet and 10 feet apart from each other. But without such parallelism and squareness of the top surface, the squareness noted on both sides would not exist.
Wow.
While it may be argued that modern man cannot impose a modern perspective on artifacts that are thousands of years old, an appreciation of the level of precision found in these artifacts is lacking in archaeological literature and is only revealed by an understanding of what it takes to produce this kind of work. As an engineer and craftsman who has worked in manufacturing for over 40 years and who has created precision artifacts in our modern world, in my opinion, this accomplishment in prehistory deserves more recognition.
Right on.
Nobody does this kind of work unless there is a very high purpose for the artifact. Even the concept of this type of precision does not occur to an artisan unless there is no other means of accomplishing what the artifact is intended to do. The only other reason that such precision would be created in an object would be that the tools that are used to create it are so precise that they are incapable of producing anything less than precision.
Wow. Now look at it that way.
With either scenario, we are looking at a higher civilization in prehistory than what is currently accepted. To me, the implications are staggering. This is why I believe that these artifacts that I have measured in Egypt are the smoking gun that proves, without a shadow of a doubt, that a higher civilization than what we have been taught existed in ancient Egypt.
Right?
The evidence is cut into the stone.
Right?
End quote. The Serapeum isn't the only place that one can find precision stone boxes. They're found in many pyramids and in so-called temples, as well as in other underground galleries and tunnel systems like those in the Valley of the Kings. The Egyptian Museum also has many examples of precision boxes that have been recovered from all over Egypt. The best and biggest of these boxes, however, are still down here in the Serapeum, probably because they're basically impossible to move around down here in these confined spaces.
Dear God.
The logistics of which is a topic we'll get into later in this series.
Look at this.
As it's also a pretty clear form of evidence for ancient high technology. The Serapeum boxes are also, at least to my knowledge, the only boxes that have been measured and tested, at least to some degree, for aspects of high precision.
Frickin' lid.
That analysis was done by Christopher Dunn on his own initiative, and even then was only performed on a couple of the boxes in the Serapeum and not on all of them. While many of the other precision boxes seem to have very similar characteristics to those in the Serapeum, I can't find any evidence that they've ever been tested this way, even by the relatively rudimentary testing that you can do with handheld precision straight edges, squares, and corner radius dies. I think this fact speaks volumes about the motives of the academics and the institutions that control the access to and the research funding for sites and artifacts like these. They just don't seem to be that interested. Yet there are, and have been for years now, several non-invasive techniques and tests that could easily be deployed in order to learn much more about the true nature of ancient precision that we can see in these objects.
Now look at the floor though.
Handheld
look
precision
at the floor.
tools
The floor
would
was
be
all
a start,
dusty.
but more modern, laser-based metrology tools could be used to determine the dimensions and tolerances over the entire surface of these artifacts. High-definition LiDAR-based 3D scanning, or the emerging field of hyperspectral imaging, could be used to dramatically advance our understanding of the exact nature of precision and the construction methods that we use to manufacture boxes like these. Not only boxes, but these techniques could and should be used to model and study many of the precision objects and architecture that are found around the world. It's worth noting that when you look at the various boxes in Egypt, there is also strong evidence for multiple levels of technological capability. Although they're always uniformly labeled as sarcophagi, whether it's for people or for bulls, There always seems to be two types of boxes. There are the precision-made ones with straight lines, sharp corners, flat and polished surfaces, and then there are the clearly handmade boxes, which are imperfectly done and still display chisel and hammer dressing marks. Although this isn't always the case, in general, the poor quality boxes tend to come from the later periods, with the precision boxes being attributed to the older and earlier periods.
Isn't that interesting?
Even the oldest box known, an 8-ton single piece of granite that is under Mastaba 17 at Mydum, appears to be a precision-made box, and it's not something that's been roughly carved by hand. We have here examples of the same backwards progression of technological capability, the same contradiction in the story of history that is demonstrated in general by the Old Kingdom of Egypt when it's held up relative to the rest of the Egyptian civilization. If we can't explain how the dynastic Egyptians made these boxes with what we know of their primitive capabilities or with the tools that we have in the archaeological record, does it not make more sense that they might have inherited these objects?
Yeah.
They might have
I was
used
about
them
to say,
for ceremony
it
and
would seem to be
imitated them. They might have
it'd be
tried
more
to
like,
create their own.
It'd be more like the technology was there, but whoever had that technology all of a sudden wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you know what I'm saying? We've done it like this for, however many millennia. This is, but the technology just, got taken away or disappeared or destroyed or something like that. And then all of a sudden, the people that were left behind that were used to that kind of society were trying to recreate it. Same thing that he's talking about, where, you know what I'm saying? The older boxes were better built than the newer boxes. Somewhere in there was a shift. Somewhere in there was a, you know what I'm saying? Somebody came and took the cookie jar. That's pretty wild, man. That is really, really wild. Shit, we got a lot of time on this one.
Boxes, ones that are
this is kind of stuff that I like
and are explainable
is
with
like
their known capabilities.
Somebody
here at the site of Tanis,
looking
you have the two types of boxes actually
obvious
lined up
signs.
side by side. One is clearly precision made, and the other is obviously not. They reflect vastly different levels of capability and technology, and only one of these matches what we know about the tools and techniques of the dynastic Egyptians. Before I move on, I do want to take a minute to acknowledge and thank Christopher Dunn for his contribution to the world in this field. His book, Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt, is, in my opinion, incredibly important work, and I think that it will be widely recognized as such in years to come.
Interesting.
So we've established that while precision
let me do this, y'all. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm gonna let this run.
It's only something
I'll be back.
that our civilization has recently developed.
Actually, tell you the truth, aren't we supposed to like take breaks and stuff like that anyway? Here, let me do this. I'm gonna run a break video, y'all. I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought it was a blood spot. Here we go. Yeah, she knew what the dealio was. Did I just see somebody run out? Did I just see somebody run out? Cool, bro. I'm kind of guessing that person probably. Oh man, I know I see Ralph freaking hit that every single time. Oh, I should have had that. I should have had that.
There we go. Got this dude bent over.
To significant use over the last 200 to 300 years. The fact is that it wasn't until after we had begun our own modern voyage down the path of precision that we even had the capability to notice and accurately measure ancient forms of precision, or to even appreciate the sophistication of the manufacturing techniques that
It's
were
freaking
required
crazy,
to achieve
dude.
it. This evidence has been sitting in front of humanity for thousands of years, like some sort of coded message sent down through time. But it's one that we've only relatively recently developed the capability to read. Sir William Flinders Petrie was one of the very first to apply our civilization's knowledge of precision and manufacturing to the objects of ancient Egypt. And he did so to various degrees across his work through the late 1800s and early 1900s.
There's the lid.
He observed and quantified the drilling and machining marks that are left in artifacts, and he measured and speculated on the techniques required to manufacture the many ancient stone vases and vessels that come from the oldest times of ancient Egypt. These stone jars, bowls, or other objects are truly remarkable pieces that, by their very nature, provide proof that advanced manufacturing techniques and precision were alive and well deep in the distant past. Found in the tens of thousands, these vases and objects are today mostly associated with the very earliest period.
He's talking about the level of precision that the ancient Egyptians had when they were like doing stonework. He's talking about the levels of freaking magnitude of precision work, and he covered over like the stone boxes. What was it called? Sepulchre? Called? Oh, where's the freaking thing? Bounce back in there. He was saying how like what was it, 1/500,000th of a freaking inch precision, and that was the limit of his freaking tools. That single cut boxes were made in, into its like form and function. Yeah, and laser precision is exactly correct. And so he was actually pointing out that the older boxes were made better than the newer boxes, relatively speaking. And so now he's covering over like some of the artifacts that have been found, as far as like vases, stuff like that. Really, really high level stuff, and this stuff that I just really, really dig.
of ancient Egypt, even the
And
first
I got to admit,
and
I've never
second
seen this
dynasties,
before.
as well as the archaic and pre-dynastic
Yeah.
periods, which is a huge clue right
Look.
there, as these periods are quite literally considered part of the Stone Age. The range of shapes and materials used
I'm
in the
looking over
manufacture
here.
of these
Can't you
jars
see
and
I'm
vases
looking?
is both wide and varied. Some are tiny, almost as if their makers were teasing us with their capability, and some are quite large, but they all seem to display a frankly astonishing degree of symmetry and precision. This jar is one of my favorites, and it seems to have been so precisely made and so well balanced that it can stand upright on its tiny base, almost like an egg standing up on its tip. Many jars seem to be made this way, and while I've not had the privilege of handling them directly in order to test this, I'd like to see anyone try and make these by hand with copper chisels and the known techniques of ancient Egypt. All I can say is good luck. While some vases or jars seem very solid, others are almost ridiculously thin to the point of transparency, like these examples. In some cases, like this vase that has suffered some damage, we can get an idea of just how thin this material is.
Look at that wall. Yeah, the thin wall.
Shaping and carving out the inside angles and the inside cavities of these jars, some through very long and narrow necks, and then keeping the material thickness consistent and accurate is an extraordinarily difficult challenge when working in very hard stone. Quoting Flinders Petrie from his article in the 1884 Journal of the Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, quote, "The finest examples of turning in hard stone are in the British Museum. A small, highly polished, narrow-necked vase in diorite, or rather in transparent quartz, with veins of hornblende, has its neck only 0.05 inches thick. A large vase of syenite is turned, inside and out, remarkably thin, considering the size of the component crystals. But the greatest triumph is a bowl of diorite, number 4716, translucent and full of minute flaws, which must render it very brittle. Yet this bowl, 6 inches diameter, is only 1/40th of an inch, or 0.024 inches thick,
That's
over its
crazy.
greatest part. Just around the edge, it is thicker in order to strengthen it, but a small chip broken out of the body of it shows its extraordinary thinness, no stouter than thin card. An alabaster vase of Wanis of the 5th dynasty almost rivals this in thinness, being only 1/20th to 1/30th of an inch thick." End quote.
Right.
Working in these brittle and very hard materials,
Right.
particularly to these tolerances, is a remarkable feat of manufacturing. From granite to diorite to schist, breccia, flint, conglomerate, quartz, basalt, and even obsidian, these small objects are typically made from some of the hardest and most difficult to work materials you can find. There is one vase that I know of that is made from corundum, and yes, this is corundum. There are several forms of it, it doesn't all look like gemstones, and corundum is a 9 on the Mohs scale of hardness. It's the hardest substance on Earth next to diamond.
Wow.
Supposedly these were all made by hand, with basic hand tools, flint or copper
Sure,
chisels.
you're right.
Not just the rock crystal vessel and obsidian. Imagine, we don't have obsidian here in Egypt. It had to be brought from far away.
It had to be
But
brought from
imagine
far
these
away.
types of vessels side by side with this kind of thing.
Impossible. Literally impossible.
Analysis of the stone itself reveals further challenges. Many stone types
Hype.
have vastly varying degrees of hardness in the material itself, being made up of conglomerate mixes of different individual chunks of various materials. As the piece is being worked, cutting edges would move from relatively soft material to very hard material.
Hold on, I'll wait. What is this? Does the Judge Judy watch tap? Really? Really? Okay, now, okay, this was the point that, like I was saying, Josh, this is the point that this guy was making, is that these designs were early in Egyptian culture. It wasn't they actually got crappier in the later Egyptian culture. Which, I mean, you know what I'm saying? That the same thing I was just saying is like the technology was there and then it was like taken away to where the people that were trying to recreate it just couldn't hold the tolerances. They didn't have the tools. So, I mean, you would say that right there is just straight up bizarre. Straight up bizarre. But good morning. Good morning. Hey, myself, I went, dude. It's got to come from somewhere. It's got to get there somehow, and then it's got to be freaking made into something. Is that crazy? Because I mean, okay, in the first part, if you've got the technology to do this, why use rock? You know what I'm saying? Why use rock? Why not freaking refine metals, or you know what I'm saying, or make a, you know, out of something else? Why rock? Why would you do it out of that? Or clay, for that matter. I mean, serious. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. The level of degree of precision, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. But the materials that they chose to do this in, that's the part that's kind of like, you know, that's the next level up. It's like, okay, you can do it, but why with rock? I mean, seriously, if you think about it, that's crazy, dude. Oh, no. Okay, for the artistic value, I agree. I will agree. Definitely with the artistic value. Definitely with the artistic value. But, I mean, you could do this, and you don't do it with anything else. I mean, okay, and then why not? Then why not use, like, refined metal? Why not use, like, something like bronze or copper? Something that would be far more pliable and easier to work with. On several different levels. I mean, granted, the tools would be a little bit different, but I mean, he's also referring to the fact that the inner diameters of some of these vases, the vases, have to be worked from the most narrowest of entries. So it's not just the outsides, it's the insides as well. This is absolutely just badass.
Brittle crystals that would typically shatter rather than cut cleanly when worked. Yet many of these vases are both mind-bendingly thin, as well as being finished and polished to a very high level. The technology involved in making these jars is so far beyond clay pottery or ceramics that it's laughable to house them together and say, look, these all came from the same place, so they must have been made by the same people. Some of these jars were, undoubtedly, used as canopic vessels as part of ritual mummification. Why then were they sealed with rough mud and clay lids? These clay lids are still housed and displayed in the museum, right next to the incredible stone jars. Yet how can you say that these are equivalent technologies that came from the same people for a singular purpose? Once again, I think this is strong evidence for inheritance in ancient Egypt. If these jars were truly made to be canopic vessels by the dynastic Egyptians, surely they could have afforded to manufacture stone lids for them, but that's just not the case.
Right.
Some 40,000 of these vases and jars were found beneath the very first pyramid, the Step Pyramid of Djoser, the first pharaoh of the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. Other objects date back even further, even to so-called pre-dynastic times, like this just beautiful hollow tube of lapis lazuli with a gold sheath. It's housed in the pre-dynastic section in the museum next to bone needles, beads, and basic pottery. Make no mistake, this is a precision object. It's made from a very hard and brittle material that required an advanced capability to create, and that's just the stone part. Even the presence of gold means mining, smelting, and refining. It's an out-of-place object, and it really has no business being housed next to the known products of Neolithic, pre-Bronze Age, hunter-gatherer.
Maybe that was the first introduction, though.
It's just one.
Maybe that's when they arrived.
In plain sight clues.
Maybe that's when the technology was
that you
there.
can find in the Egyptian Museum. Take a look at this huge granite jar. It's attributed to the Archaic Age. This is very much like the Serapeum boxes. We have here evidence for some very poor and badly aligned early forms of writing that barely scratch the surface of what is essentially a precision object that's made from very hard stone. From observing the markings of tube drills, which I've covered in detail in other videos, Flinders Petrie deduced that the ancients were familiar with rotating tools. But from analysing the vases and bowls, he realised that they were also familiar with turning the work itself. He concluded that they must have used something that's similar to a lathe, with features like mechanical tool rests, in order to manufacture these objects. Quoting Petrie from his book, The Pyramids and Temples of Giza, quote, "The principle of rotating the tool was, for smaller objects, abandoned in favour of rotating the work, and the lathe appears to have been as familiar an instrument in the 4th dynasty as it is in modern workshops. The diorite bowls and vases of the Old Kingdom are frequently met with and show great technical skill. One piece found at Giza, number 14, shows that the method employed was true turning and not any process of grinding, since the bowl has been knocked off of its centering, recentered imperfectly, and the old turning not quite turned out. Thus, there are two surfaces belonging to different centerings and meeting in a cusp. Such an appearance could not be produced by any grinding or rubbing process which pressed on the surface."
Really?
End quote.
Wow.
And here is a further quote from Petrie, this time in his article in the 1884 Anthropology.
That's actually a good point. This is actually a good point, Hype, that you're making. I could see alien influence in BC times, though. Absolutely. They probably rotated and used some kind of water technique for shaving down the stones. Maybe. But I mean, wouldn't you need pressure if you were doing like a water jet kind of thing? Wouldn't you need like such a level of precision pressure that you wouldn't cut through the item so much as cut around the item? And also it's in 3 dimension. I mean, that right there is just another level of manufacturing and tooling that would be, you know what I'm saying, from what they're saying, well beyond the capabilities of ancient Egypt. Extremely, well, I mean, would it though? Would it? I guess it would be if you were cutting stone. I mean, well, especially with that level of precision. Waterfall or something, yeah, you could build pressure like that. I mean, granted, they had the Nile right there. It wouldn't have been impossible to, even if you were to take water to a high enough level to where you would get pressure. I mean, the desert itself is not necessarily, it doesn't lend itself to have those kind of like, those grades to where you could actually produce it. Much along the same lines that they did the gold strip mining in Alaska, where they would have like, say water running from a very large pipe into a smaller pipe to produce the pressure in order to like, get rid of it, have water spraying out and rinsing, that kind of thing. Very, very interesting. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And Josh, I agree with you 100%. As a matter of fact, that was going to be one of the points that I was just saying. I don't necessarily think it's maybe died out. Maybe, okay, look at it this way. In a long enough timeline, people are going to forget, all right? Whether it be because of lack of technology or, just being idiots. It's going to happen. It'll happen. So, especially if you don't have the technology to continue on. Like, literally, it would have taken that technology in order to keep on making that technology. And if all of a sudden you didn't have that technology, now all of a sudden you're scrambling trying to find options. You know what I'm saying? Oh, how can we recreate this? How can we keep on doing this? And eventually somebody's going to be throwing their hands up in the air like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? We don't even have a fucking pickaxe. You know what I'm saying? We don't even have a pickaxe, let alone a fucking smeltery, let alone be able to reproduce the quality of the tools that it would be to do that. The preciseness, if you do not have the tools to measure the preciseness, then, you know what I'm saying, you're starting from scratch. And so it might not have been the fact that they didn't have the knowledge, so much as the fact they didn't have the tools. So, 3D printer, right? Hype, I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Well, okay, and so who's to say that the Egyptians weren't necessarily part of a bigger society, as it were? You know what I'm saying? Now, we call it aliens, but how do we know it's not our people? You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know something? This is some really good real estate. We got to go over and check it out. Hey, this place is really, really nice. It's really nice. Whoa, wait a minute. We got a problem back at the home base? Let's go. We got to go. He's like, I'm not going. I'm staying right here. It's like, all right, well, we got to take our shit with us later. Or not being able to maintain the technology. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just a matter of they didn't have the tools. They just couldn't maintain the tools. They didn't have the right freaking resources in order to maintain the tools. Yeah, passed down, follow the sun. I mean, sure, absolutely. The same way that we have, like, what, Bible stories, right? Isn't that the way that worked? Is it freaking like it was just like, you know, over and above the propaganda of the church? It was, you know, stories that were passed down, and, you know what I'm saying, that could go horribly wrong when it comes down to Atlanteans. Call it what you will. Call it what you will. Call it what you will. Right? Right? Or maybe, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, Simon, maybe it was one of those things where Dad got knocked off, you know, before he had time to tell the kids about it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he was like, hey, you know, if you go out back in the woodshed, there's a door that leads down to the cellar. Down in that cellar, you find the good stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? Just never tell them about it. And then the kids never know, right? So, I mean, there could be a lot of things that are going on right there. And done with it by Freemasons, really? You think so? I'm thinking the Freemasons might be the people that they, like, you know, say, what is it? The Knights Templar being, like, tasked to protect whatever it is, technologies. That's why you can find, dude, that's why we can't go to the Vatican. Besides COVID. What is this? It definitely seems like the skill that not many possessed. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, even in modern society, nobody does it all. Even like in modern society, nobody does it all. So it could be, look at it this way. Maybe those guys back then were the geeks. the rest of freaking society's like, you know, say wine, dine, Ferraris, showing up at the party, 5-star combinations and shit like that. And these guys are behind the scene going like, you know something? We can make that rock really square. And all the rest of us are looking over their shoulder like, yeah. We're going to go hit the beach. You take care of that, Charlie. You think maybe that's the case? It could be something like that. Sounds like a redneck uncle. Yeah, something like that. It could be. They might have had bib overalls, moonshine. You never can tell. You see what they were doing with the frickin' rocks? Wasn't it all about the wine? Wasn't it all about the wine anyway? Turning water into wine? Huh? I know, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's a group of nerds. A bunch of artisans back in the day. It's like, who's really kind of artsy and stuff like that. Meanwhile, the rest of everybody's got like fucking, what is it? Opium pipes and freaking like scrutinizing. Like what you did there. Really, really intense. That whole thing.
Logical journal. Quote, for the use of a hook tool in turning the insides of vases, a very rigid rest or even a mechanical tool holder is almost necessary. But one specimen here shows that the early Egyptians were already familiar not only with lathes and jeweled turning tools, but with mechanical tool rests and sweeping regular arcs in cutting. The diorite bowl, of which this piece is a fragment, has been turned as a segment of a sphere inside by a tool working from a fixed center in the axis of the lathe, with a radius of 3.94 inches. Having cut this spherical curve, the center of play of the tool was shifted about 0.5 inches higher and 0.7 inch out of the lathe axis, and a fresh arc was struck from this center of the bowl, thereby cutting out a fresh curve which left a raised lip around the edge. End quote. Despite this evidence, and despite the other clear evidence for large circular saws and tube drills, remember that according to mainstream academics today, the Old Kingdom Egyptians did not have access to the wheel or its principles. of which lathes are an advanced technique, and still something in vastly widespread use today in workshops and manufacturing all over the place. They say this because there's no evidence for the wheel in their writings or in their diagrams, and according to most academics, they didn't have
no
command of
climbing.
the wheel until the Second Intermediate Period, thousands of years after the Old Kingdom, around the time when the Hyksos invaders showed up with their wheeled chariots. Just as an aside, can you imagine the Egyptians when they saw the wheeled chariots of the Hyksos, and then they looked
still make
over
it
at
brittle.
their old sleds?
It would still make it brittle.
No analysis of the objects in the
Whoa,
museum
whoa, whoa, whoa,
would be
what did I
complete
just
without
miss?
a mention of the
What was he
notorious
talking about?
Axis.
Oh, wait.
And a fresh art.
Where is it?
Until the Second Intermediate Period, thousands of years after the Old Kingdom, around the time when the Hyksos invaders showed up with their wheeled chariots. Just as an aside, can you imagine the Egyptians when they saw the wheeled chariots of the Hyksos, and then they looked over at their old sleds? No analysis of the objects in the museum would be complete without a mention of the notorious schist disc.
Yeah.
This is
It'd
a
make it
very
brittle before it'd
complex
make it soft,
artifact,
though.
labeled naturally as a jar or a vase that was found amongst primitive flint knives and copper tools in the mastaba of Prince Sabu.
You would literally have to take it. You'd literally have to, if you're going to heat it up to make it softer to use, you would literally have to turn it into molten. You would probably have to go so far as to like just be on the precipice of molten in order to do it, especially stone. And the aggregates that he's talking about, the aggregates that they were using to make these items like that, they would not have maintained their singularity. I mean, granted, yes, there are melting points between different elements, but you're still talking about like there would be a coagulation that would still practically make it molten, and they would all form together. Much the same way that you could take gold and silver and put it together, but you would still have to work them separately up until you would combine the materials. Now, granted, you could what do they call it? Friction weld. You could friction weld it together to where it would be something, you know what I'm saying, that would remain separate, but you wouldn't do it in a particle sense. You would do it in layers. You wouldn't necessarily do that in like an aggregate. What is this? What am I missing? What? Purple Crocs. Slice recommended me? Nice. Yeah, Naked Gun. Dude, that's hysterical. That is freaking hysterical. Purple Crocs, you're catching me on kind of like a weird day. I got to admit, I jumped into just chatting because I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little bit burned out on playing games. So I wanted to find myself in a position to where I could do whatever I wanted. You know, or we could, I should say. We could do whatever we wanted. Somehow I ended up on watching somebody else's videos, and we got into this one right here, which is talking about precision and ancient cultures, specifically ancient Egypt. And so, over and among the speculation, you know what I'm saying, I'm putting kind of a humorous twist on some of it. I'm just saying. So we're kind of going back and forth about, you know what I'm saying, giving our thoughts about, you know, not only the rationale behind what they used in order to make that kind of precision, but the materials that they made that precision out of. And thank you for the follow. Nice. Dude, Purple Crocs. Thank you very much. Yeah. Just, well, I mean, it's not even learning something. It's just enjoying a little bit of a bigger brain. As far as I'm concerned, dude, I'm a freaking idiot. So I like this kind of stuff. I do like this kind of stuff, though. I really, really do. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, brother. Can't hear the brain now. No. If nothing else, I tell you what, if nothing else, it gives a chance to express your opinion. It gives you a chance to express your opinion. Because I am no scientist. I mean, you know, I love science. I love technology. But I'm not a scientist. But I mean, I can definitely appreciate those that have gone through the effort to put out content that illustrates something that is, in the same way he was saying at the beginning of this video, was very much so overlooked. Talking about like, I can't remember the name of the place for some reason. I was trying to go back and find it. but the precision cuts that they had in these boxes that were made out of one piece of stone, and some up to 100 tons. Let's continue on. As a matter of fact, I'm going to step away for just a second, y'all, to use the restroom. You guys hang tight, watch this, and throw into the conversation. Absolutely, please do.
A royal from the very first dynasty of the Old Kingdom. It was broken and then reassembled. It's been carved from a single piece of very hard schist stone and then carefully put back together by the museum staff. Many people have said many things about the schist disc, and there is lots of speculation as to its purpose. Was it part of a machine? Was it a tool? Or was it just artistic expression and a nice place to put a bunch of flowers? I'm less interested in the speculation about its purpose than I am with the technology that's required to make this piece. Although it's been reassembled and it looks a little wonky, this does not seem to be the result of lathe work, but rather these complex curved surfaces have been precisely carved into very hard stone and then repeated accurately for each of its wings in these sweeping motions that the stone makes. It's a masterpiece of stonework, yet supposedly this was created in the very first dynasty of ancient Egypt as nothing more than ceremonial artwork. Now, it's not only the small stone jars that show evidence of advanced manufacturing that use the principles of the wheel and then produced precision results. It is also shown in some of the largest objects known from ancient Egypt. So buckle up, because this is where it gets really interesting, as these massive objects take the evidence for advanced technology in vastly ancient times to a whole new level. I'm talking about the giant columns and the giant statues that are found across many sites, both up and down the length of ancient Egypt. In terms of pure symmetry and a demonstrated mastery of working in hard stone, the huge single-piece flared columns are really hard to beat. My favourite example is a remnant from this column, shaped from pink granite, found at the Old Kingdom site of the Temple of Bastet. It's hard to describe the stonework here as anything less than pure mastery. Consider that the original quarried block of stone must have been wider than the widest part of the flared end on the column, and then worked down to the width of the column body on a perfectly aligned centerline, then shaped and finished with accuracy and symmetry. Although this one has been broken, it would have likely been more than 40 or 50 feet tall, over 15 meters. We know that some columns were truly giant, like this one that's still standing at Alexandria, which is well in excess of that figure.
Ancient Egypt, by the way.
The flares, angles, ridges, and curves on this piece all appear flawless. They are made entirely smooth and well polished, and the entire massive body seems to be utterly symmetrical and balanced. Was this made by hand, do you think, with pounding stones and copper chisels? I just can't imagine how. To my mind, this must be the result of some very advanced tools, along with significant mechanical assistance and
Maybe
guidance.
we ought to take a look at that next, Simon.
Once again, I think objects like this column would be a very easy target for a non-destructive analysis using modern metrology techniques and high-resolution 3D scanning. It wouldn't even be that expensive to do. The hard part would be gaining permissions for the test. It's a good thing granite is such a durable substance, I suppose, as I can only hope this analysis does happen at some point in the future, and I'm reasonably confident that this fragment of truth will still be here waiting for it when it does.
Right on.
One of these columns alone is really a masterpiece, but there is another dimension to their precision entirely, and that is that there are far more than just one of them. Here at the Old Kingdom site of Tanis, you can see the same shaped column ends that we saw at Bastet, although they're more heavily eroded by time and weather. Some huge single pieces of multiple columns still remain here today for tourists to puzzle over. These seem to have been stamped out in ancient times as if they were made in some sort of giant factory. Dozens of these huge single-piece granite columns are known to exist, or have existed, and the ones from the same installation are all typically identical, and they all feature flared ends in palm or lotus shapes. They've all been found on the oldest of Egyptian sites, places like Bastet, Tanis, Saqqara, and Giza.
the results of like 16 pillars, all the same measurements, no extensions and things like that. This reflects that those who were carving these stones, they have a total power, they have control. They want to accomplish something, they accomplish it. All the same measurement. You know how challenging is this? Pillars that's over 5.5 meters. Where do you find 16 pillars? Like, you know, 16 pieces that you can make 16 pillars out of. The crown is a single solid piece with the pillar, not like the Roman pillars. Yeah. The pillars in the pyramid structures are single solid piece.
That's incredible.
The palm-shaped pillar.
That's incredible, dude.
Very, very challenging. Of course, the piece itself was as big as the width of the crown, of the palm, of the crown, of the pillar. And then the base of it is wide.
Look at his shirt.
It keeps going narrower like this, and then the pillar is crowned. Very, very, very challenging. You can find it in the sites that's dated and related to the 5th dynasty especially. And that's of course according to the writing, even that we saw pillars from Winnie's structure, that pyramid in Saqqara, from that open court of it, and
oh no! Double raid! Oh no!
Three-dimensional.
Look at this double raid! What is going on? Monkey? Zebra? Hello? Hold on a second. Let me go ahead and pause this. What is going on, y'all? Holy cow. I seen you guys playing some Dead by Daylight. I didn't know if you guys are playing together, but I did see you both of y'all playing Dead by Daylight. What is going on? Hello there. Look at this, Cluckatoo. Welcome back, Cluckatoo. Again. Thank you for the raid. You guys, I tell you what, you guys are, I'm not exactly sure if your folks are ready for sitting back and relaxing. I got to admit, I sent it into Just Chatting because I wanted to, I wasn't feeling gaming today, so I just wanted to hang out. I just wanted to totally hang out. So we started taking in some videos and we found, here, hold on, let me get back over to it as a matter of fact. We found freaking, a video here that's talking about the precision of the construction that was back in ancient Egypt. Almost 5,000 years ago, y'all. 5,000 years ago. And so, we've just been sitting here having a discussion. We're just sitting here having a discussion. But thank you guys so very much. How was the games? I know when I came by and popped by and take a look at it, you all getting the worst of it from freaking Freddy. Roderick in the school. Roderick. And Cluckatoo, what are you up to? Holy cow. That's crazy, man. Game response, nice. Otter. Egg. And welcome. Yeah, exactly. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. Hey, the 4-man Dead by Daylight. Nice, nice. That's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I'll tell you what, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having you folks come by and hang out. And please do. Welcome, Raiders, by the way. Welcome. Is that CC? Hey, what's up, CC? What are you doing? Raid! That's crazy, dude. Just took a book of work and got here for the end? For the end of what? Oh, you talking about for the raid? That's crazy. Nice. But I mean, like I said, we're just kind of, we're having like a speculative discussion of, you know what I'm saying? These guys are, they're talking about how things were made and how there was such a high level of capability in producing some of the artifacts that have been found. And so the discussion that we're having is more, you know what I'm saying, somewhat, I wouldn't necessarily say lighthearted, but speculative. I can't necessarily say, I don't know whether or not we have any, you you know, precision engineers in the house or that kind of thing. But like I said, I wasn't necessarily feeling the gaming aspect today. So I thought it'd be nice just to be, if I threw myself into just chatting, we could do whatever. And like I said, we just ended up here. At least for right now. Yeah, it's super, super incredible. In 10 minutes? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Please do. Bucket 2? That's freaking awesome, dude. That's freaking awesome. Nice. Nice. But, so, right now we're kind of listening. They're talking about the columns that were made from a single piece. And the amount, the high level of precision and quality. It's just, it blows me away. It almost looks like they were cast, like out of cement. But you can see the grain in the rock itself. Not necessarily the tool marks, but just the grain in the rock. Absolutely amazing stuff, y'all. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Thank you guys for contributing. Thank you very much. That is awesome. You guys rock.
Tanis itself must have been a mighty and awe-inspiring megalithic triumph in antiquity, a true playground.
So he's talking about the columns.
The remnants of some just
are
massive
almost like a
statues
production
can
line
still be
kind of
found
thing.
Here. You have to use your imagination to picture the scale of some of these works, so try to do just that, working from the size of just this one big toe, which is carved from granite. This statue would have been a single piece, likely of a figure either seated or perhaps even standing. In terms of sheer mass, these types of statues far exceed the boxes in the Serapeum. In terms of precision, analysis shows that they buried the theory that they were made by a Bronze Age culture using nothing but pounding stones and hand tools right into the ground.
Right.
At the temples of Luxor and Karnak in Upper Egypt, we find the best known examples of these giant precision statues. Named after and labelled as Ramesses II, and these are named so because he carved his name onto them, they seem to loom eternally over the crowds of tourists that visit these sites every year. The largest of these statues at Luxor are estimated to weigh up to 400 tons, and there are several of them, all identical if somewhat damaged today. They also got much larger, and at least for the statues that aren't damaged, the faces are identical in proportions and in features. There are remnants of a Sinite Ramses statue at the Ramesseum, which is across the Nile from Luxor, that was over 60 feet tall and is estimated to have weighed more than 1,000 tons.
Oh my gosh,
the remnants from the statues at Tanis that I showed you before
was that a gigaton?
Would have actually put their heights at over 90
Megaton?
feet tall, which is 30% larger than this statue at the Ramesseum again. It's no wonder that these statues, with their consistent expression, seem to be subtly smiling, as if daring anyone to try and replicate them, anyone to dare to try to uncover their secrets. These statues, with their enigmatic expressions, were the inspiration for Shelley's Ozymandias sonnet, Ozymandias being the Greek name for Ramesses II. And when pondering these mighty works, you can begin to understand the iconic phrase from that sonnet.
There you go.
Quote, "My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair."
If I know who is? Nope,
for the best
don't know.
Technological analysis of the precision manufacturing techniques that must have been used to shape these behemoths.
Oh, absolutely.
Once again, we turn to the work of Christopher Dunn.
Moki, have a good day.
By analysing a huge array of photographs that he captured during several visits to the statues, Dunn has shown that some incredibly complex geometric engineering and precision manufacturing was involved in
There's
creating
another video
these
guy
statues.
does one that talks about this.
Not only that, but this plan was executed to perfection again and again. We start this analysis with the hedjets and the peshents, which are the elongated crowns that sit on top of these statues representing Upper and Lower Egypt, and several of these crowns have been detached from these statues. Dunn shows how they are the result of an extremely complex series of compound radial curves and spherical geometry that's been made into 3 dimensions, and then these precise shapes were repeated from crown to crown. There are no flat surfaces here. This is something far more challenging, yet the smoothness and the consistency of the arcs in the shape are basically perfect, and they seem to be replicated exactly from one example to the next. To make these shapes, radial cuts need to be made in a fashion such that the radius stays consistent, but the center of the radius arm that's making the cut moves, and moves precisely in 3 dimensions.
Is that crazy?
The crown appears perfectly symmetrical from side to side. If you take a photo lined up from the front, then reverse the image and lay it transparently down on the center line of the original image, the sides line up exactly, as Dunn shows here using this technique. His analysis of the spherical, radial, and elliptoid geometry required to make these crowns is very thorough, and it's something that I will get into in some depth in a dedicated video. But his conclusion as to what this infers in terms of the capability of the builders of these crowns is worth sharing. Quoting Chris Dunn from his book Lost Technologies of Ancient
A broken
Egypt,
brick.
quote, "The design and precise geometry that was crafted into Ramses' crown is a symbol of a society that was disciplined in precision engineering and craft. The pieces could not have been created without the aid of some kind of mechanical device that guided the tool along a prescribed contour. Neither was this mechanical device a simple machine. Figures 1.29 and 1.30 illustrate a path of the center point of an arc extrapolated from the geometry of the crown. If the designers were to convey to the engineers or craftsmen what they wanted, drawings similar to figure 1.29 and 1.30 may have been used. The design is one thing, but devising from the drawing a means of cutting the design into granite with the exactitude noted in the photographs and transmitted through the palms of my hands to my brain as I felt each surface is entirely another matter. Creating such an object today using modern computers, software, and computer numerically controlled or CNC machines would present some significant challenges, to be sure, but not as much head scratching would be involved today as there would have been 49 years ago when I first entered the manufacturing trade as a young apprentice. Applying the tools of 50 years ago to the Ramses challenge would severely tax craftsmen skilled in manufacturing, and the tools and instruments necessary to ensure such precise geometry would not even be in a sculptor's toolbox." End quote. This is a profound statement. A professional, expert, and well-credentialed manufacturing engineer.
And so, one of the things that's not, I don't think, necessarily been conveyed, at least, recently, but he's talking about that this precision was better, further back than it was as the Egyptian culture actually developed through time. The ability to recreate this got worse. And that is actually one of the things that we were talking about, is like, okay, how would that happen? It was kind of like, I made the speculation that the tools were there and then the tools were taken away. And the people that were left behind, they might have had the knowledge on how to do it, but they probably couldn't recreate the tools in order to do it. And so that was just one of the things that was just kind of like coming up in conversations, like, okay, so how did this happen? You know what I'm saying? Did we have a society that was, located here, that had this technology, that all of a sudden had to leave and take that technology with them? You know what I'm saying? Or the tools that were left behind couldn't be maintained. If they didn't have the proper tools in order to maintain the tools, then they would have gone bad, over a period of time. And ladies and gentlemen, I smell something burning. I need to go check on something. I'm going to go ahead and start the video back up. I'll be right back.
Is stating that we could likely not have created such objects even 50 years ago. Dunn's work on the technological characteristics of these statues should be the basis for much further analysis and study, but as far as I can tell, he's the only one who's really made the effort so far. The next time somebody scoffs at the idea of ancient high technology, who tells you that they think they know how this was done, that the ancients just applied time, patience, and chisels to the problem.
I mean, how crazy is this?
Replicate one of these.
This is my brother making breakfast. We're good.
It would be quite the challenge, even at 1/50th of the scale, to create something that exhibits the same precision, dimensions, and proportions of the original object. Ask them to do it in granite, by hand, using the tools found in the archaeological record, and I think we'd start to see some of the truth behind what we're really looking at here. This truth becomes only more astounding when a similar analysis is made to the faces.
And that could be true too. Collector, you might
Here,
be. I mean, you know, okay, look at it this way. If it's the same way it was today as it was back then, somebody wanted some scratch. You know what I'm saying? And it was probably a whole bunch of people going, yeah, no. It's like, I don't need a 60-foot high me sitting down on a piece of rock to say that I'm a bad man pajama. You know what I'm saying? It could be. Whoa, what is this? What are you saying? The people who did it were forced into a sense cause of the emperor in the back of the head. Probably would get killed. Oh, well, maybe. I mean, you know, say I'm not exactly sure if it was entertainment. You know what I'm saying? It could have been that the okay, maybe the king probably, or emperor, well, excuse me, would be pharaoh. Maybe the pharaoh would, like, you know what I'm saying, had high expectations, but I don't think it was necessarily beyond the capability of the people to do it, though. I mean, I would never ask the average individual to perform brain surgery. You know what I'm saying? It would be more like a specialist kind of thing, and I agree with you. In the same, both your comments, is that yes, probably in eventualities, maybe it became passé. Maybe it could have been like a social faux pas. It's like, oh, you're just being boisterous. Like, you want a bigger statue than Ramses II or something like that. It's like, you know, what are you compensating for something over there? You know what I'm saying? Society, if it was like a social kind of thing, to where, like, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't necessarily considered fashionable to have that kind of adornment. I guess it would be like one way of saying that. But you see, I'm just saying is that it could be, you both are probably, you got good points, very, very good points. But I mean, it's still the fact of the matter is that they could do it. Not necessarily the fact on why they had to do it, or whether or not, you know what I'm saying, it was a matter of artistic expression or a society kind of thing. Like, hey, look, we're going to be here forever. Boom. This is how we know. We're going to put it in stone. It's going to be set in stone. And boom, like that. And they could do it. Whether it's under the direction of the pharaoh, you know, cracking the whip and freaking, like, making it happen, well, you know, that stands for speculation as well. I mean, it could be that they had so much pride or so much, you know what I'm saying, and maybe it was like effortless. Maybe it was effortless with the tools that they had to work with, or whatever tools they used to do this. Not necessarily using manpower, throwing enough manpower at the problem in order to do this. But maybe the tools are just so good that they just snap their fingers, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you want what? Whatever. Let's get to it. You know what I'm saying? George, grab the truck. We're heading up to the quarry. That kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Grab the elephants. We're heading to the quarry. I'm not exactly sure how it goes. Like I said, I'm no scientist, but still. It would seem to me it's like, and I see your point. I absolutely see your point. Is that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They could have been under duress. It could have been that they had no choice. It might have been slavery. I mean, I'm saying getting some of this stuff done. Same thing he was talking about, like how there was no indication of the wheel when this was all happening. Like, you know what I'm saying? Their sleds were like basically like snow sleds was the kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? It was two freaking rails and boom, you put shit on it and you haul it around. That kind of, you know, somebody or something is pulling it. But I mean, still, it's the ability as opposed to the motivation. I see your point. I absolutely see your point. He uses big statue energy. It's true. Oh, sorry.
Once again, we see evidence for advanced three-dimensional geometric precision and remarkable
Well, okay,
symmetry.
and Josh, you're probably
made
correct.
into huge granite objects.
You are
that
probably
has been
correct.
replicated.
You are probably absolutely correct. They were considered to be artisans. I mean, they would have been very, very important, not only for these items that they're making here, but also, I mean, take a look at like an architect. You would have had to come up with the design, figured out what pieces, parts you're going to need, go and get them, and then put them, you know, either carve them, shape them, and then put it together, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? There would have had to have been a natural progression through, you know, the construction, even the process. I mean, over and above all this stuff like that, can you imagine them sitting over top of the architect's table? You know about Break Video, where it's got the architect scrutinizing over the freaking like plans and shit like that? Have a bunch of them sitting around with a cup of coffee. So it's like, you know something, Tom? I think maybe we need about 15 of those statues just going all the way around. That would really be sweet. It was like, you know what I'm saying? No. Bigger. Go bigger. We've already done 30, 40 feet. Let's go 60. Screw it. You know? And there you go with the 3D printers. Who knows, man? You think maybe they were able to chunk it out? Freaking 3D print that bad boy? It would be insanity, dude. Need to borrow your pickup, yeah, right? Pharaoh needs a statue moved or lifted, right? Pulling stumps. Alexandria, nice. GG. It's true, dude. Seriously. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Okay, granted, I don't care how many millennia it was going. It's still the same idea. It may not be the same language. It may not be the same, you know what I'm saying? It may not be the same vacation spots. It may not have the same cruise ships. But it's the same idea. Every once in a while, you gotta take a break. You know what I'm saying? All work and no play. That kind of thing. So, I don't know. If they use slave labor to get things done, then hey, it is what it is. You know, I can't attest to somebody else's, you know, form of motivation. But I mean, still, this is just blows me away. And it's absolutely astonishing. If you guys would see the first part of the video where they were talking about just the artifacts, like the small vases and stuff like that, where we were just watching where Josh came in, they were taking rock. They were taking like, you know, what do you call it? Aggregate rock, and making the walls like less than a half an inch thick. And then you have to have the tools to do that. I mean, it's just incredible, dude. Absolutely incredible.
Over and over again. These statues, be those at Luxor,
Modern Home
Karnak, or
Improvements,
at the
dude, that'd be
Ramesseum,
genius.
appear to have all been cut and shaped to the same plan, to the same face.
I can bet
And
you
then
didn't
that
miss
work was
anything,
carried
dude.
out with an absolutely mechanical.
Everything you said in the past 2.5 hours.
Chris Dunn has derived many different aspects of
Watch the
complex
VOD.
geometry in the construction of the faces, and he's shown that core sacred
Angry
geometry
Butcher.
and
What's up, brother?
mathematical principles like the Fibonacci sequence, Pythagorean
Yeah.
right-angled triangles, the golden
Now,
ratio,
I watched
and even
that
the
video
flower
he's
of
talking
life
about the book.
are reflected in the stone.
And Christopher Dunn.
Varying degrees of radial cuts were consistently made into the granite, and the axis of these cuts were blended to form compound surfaces that curve in three
Right.
dimensions, making up the features of the face.
And that's what he was talking about.
These complex
It's like,
surfaces
it's
were
three-dimensional.
precisely inversed and replicated from side to side. These faces are symmetrical, and the implications of this when applied to the manufacturing techniques used to make them are, quite frankly, staggering. This near-perfect symmetry is not a characteristic of human faces, nor is it one that we find in other statues from other cultures. And the
Well, sometimes
precision
it
of
happens.
this symmetry
Purple
makes
Croc.
this achievement exponentially more difficult to replicate. By doing the same experiment of reversing a photograph and overlaying it transparently onto the centerline of the original, we can see this symmetry in action. Centerline measurements back up this observation, and what is even more astonishing is that this was repeated time and again across multiple statues.
he was
Just
saying it's
look
like
at the
production
consistent
line.
profile ratio shown here between the eyes and the mouth across multiple statues. How could these have been made? The only way we can accurately and consistently create such complex surfaces today is with computer design and mechanical guidance in CNC machines that are basically milling machines that operate in 3 dimensions. How does this process work for something that is 40, 60, or 90 feet tall and weighs anywhere between 400 and 1,000 tons and is made from granite? Further quoting Chris Dunn from his book, quote, "The contoured surfaces of Ramsey's symmetrical face would be familiar to designers of everyday products that are created routinely today with computer algorithms known as non-uniform rational B-splines, or NURBS, which allow them to smoothly morph one shape to another with unbroken perfection. By using NURBS, computer-aided design programs create contours of airplane wings, turbine blades,
I'm not saying it's aliens,
even the
but
computer keyboard
aliens.
at your fingertips. Surfaces are now routinely
Yeah, he's got a great
designed
accent.
and manufactured to the apparent precision of Ramsey's head. Incredibly, the ancient Egyptians were also able to routinely craft Ramsey's head and achieved the same results again and again from
Like
the
they
north
scaled
to the
it.
south.
You know
of
what I'm
their
saying? Like
near
CAD program.
Nile-based empire. The stunning implications are analogous to looking through the static interference pattern of time and confusion and seeing the elegance and precision that is normally built into a Lexus in a place where only the most rudimentary techniques of manufacturing are thought to have existed.
True.
The techniques that the ancient Egyptians are supposed to have used, those taught to us in school, would not produce the precision of a Model T Ford, let alone a Lexus or a Porsche."
Right on.
End quote. Chris Dunn has been working from extensive and well-aligned photographs of the faces.
Yeah.
But I want to make the point again, how much do you think we could learn with a modern analysis using modern metrology tools and high-resolution 3D scanning?
That would be kind of interesting. I mean, in all honesty, I have a hard time understanding why they wouldn't have done this or gotten permission to do so. From what I'm made to understand is that the Egyptians, or at least the people that oversee these areas, are very, very strict on who can do what or go where. I think that has sense. I mean, of course, I'm talking about like maybe quite some years ago, that it was like at one point in time they wouldn't even let you go in and see any of these places. Now I'm sure, like, you know, with the pressure of science and technology, well, scientists, I should say, that are just like, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? We're not going to touch it. We just want to look at it. We want to photograph it. We want to analyze it. That they've kind of like let that loosen. But at one point in time, it was like, just, it was strict lockdown. It was like super like, no, hands off. You can't even look at it. You can't see it and stuff like that, which I'm kind of happy that that has loosened up. Now this, what he's talking about right there would be an excellent next step to analysis. Which, you know what I'm saying, in the same respect, it is important. It is very, very important, because if this technology was around then okay, now all of a sudden you got to backpedal and be like, okay, so what else did we miss? You know, what else is out there that we are just not paying attention to? And, you know, now that we're regaining a technological level where we can take a couple steps back and look at this, not from a historical sense, but from an engineering, science, and technology sense, that's going to make more sense. In my opinion, of course. What are you saying? What is this?
Some scanning of objects like these has actually been done.
You need that
but it
haircut?
seems to
Really?
be done at quite a low resolution.
Season 1 of
and
season
done
4.
more for the purposes
It did get
of
crazier over
artistic
time.
modeling rather than precise metrology. It's certainly a good start, however, and I'd have to think that taking this type of analysis to the next level should really not be particularly
Angry
difficult
Butcher, I'm
for
down.
our
I'm
archaeological
down.
institutions and their authority figures, if only they were actually more
I don't think
interested.
it's necessarily. I tell you what. I would like to think. Well, okay, Egypt is not the same as like Iran, Iraq kind of area. I would like to think that the Egyptians are far more cultured. Stable. Far more stable. I'm sure that everybody in the Middle East and like that area right there is cultured. But I mean stability. Not there being a power struggle in order to take over. You know what I'm saying? Iran, Iraq, Jerusalem, freaking all the places that are like, you know, off the African continent and more towards on the Asian continent. You know what I'm saying? They got a lot to figure out. They've got a lot to figure out. I'll say it like that. They've got a lot to figure out. And, you know what I'm saying? Everybody wants some. Everybody wants some. So, it's going to be kind of tough, at least for the time being. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But I would love to take a tour. I'd love to go to the places that this guy's actually taking a look at. You know, over and above all the tourist locations and stuff like that. Which, I mean, it probably pretty much covers a lot. They probably make a good deal of money out of tourism as well. So, that's probably why a lot of doors have opened up. Yeah. Ancient Alien. What's his name? What's his name? Who's the guy? I can't remember his name. You said it, though. You had it written in there. Giorgio. Yeah. I can't even say his name. Piece of granite? Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Purple Crocs, I mean, you know, saying if maybe, okay, and I don't know. Hold on a second. Let's take a look and see when was this video actually put out. It could be February 2020, so last year. I mean, it could be that there might be, you know what I'm saying, somebody that's got that in a sense happened. Because, I mean, even if he just put this video out, if I'm not mistaken, the video that he's got a reference to, or at least the book Christopher Dunn put out, has been out for quite some time. I don't know if it's been like decades, but I know it's been quite some time. So, Nova, yeah. Nova's actually really, really big on PBS. It's been around for a long, long time, and I really do like it. I don't watch it as much as I should or have in the past. But I agree with you. I think modern technology should be applied. Liz, what's going on? And granted, it is super dense. Exactly. Nor do I. I've got no idea how they did the pyramids. Haha. Liz is rocking it, huh? Valheim, right? True. For the most part, right? Because of the money. You're exactly right. But I mean, you shoot even Mexico. Mexico's got some cool shit happening. South America, dude. The Aztec, the Incas, and all that craziness going on. What is it called? I can't remember the name of the city, but it's like huge tourism. But I mean, it's still it's talking about, like, you know, the technology and stuff like that. Super amazing. Liz, how are you doing, hon? It is good to see you. Valheim? Nice. It's always good with friends, too. It's always really, really good with friends. Wait a minute, you lived in Egypt? Oh, man, Liz. That's awesome. How cool is that? I've always wanted to go. As a matter of fact, I've always had a fascination with King Tut and King Tut's tomb and stuff like that. It's been, like, since I was, like, a teenager. A long, long time.
I do want to make the point that these statues are not like other statues that come from later cultures. I think we can all agree that stylistically, ancient Egypt stands alone. These are precision objects as much as they are artwork, and in this characteristic they are distinct and separate from the classic and evocative beauty of more modern artwork, like that of the Renaissance period. They really aren't the same thing. I've heard many people suggest that because sculptors like Michelangelo could create artwork as incredible as the statue of David, then surely this is proof that artists can do anything. I've been to Florence and I've seen David. It's a profoundly beautiful achievement, but it's just not the same thing as the mechanical precision and symmetry reflected in the Ramses statue.
Good point. Good point. Nice. I gotta be honest with you, Purple Crocs, I think I remember hearing something about they speculated that there was another chamber that had not been discovered yet. Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, they're going to be doing the same thing with the Sphinx. Yeah, that is pretty sweet. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that, Liz. That's pretty crazy. And it's really crazy. That's good to hear, though. It's one thing, I can't necessarily say I regret it, but I wish I would have done... I know it's not over with yet. I still would like to do a lot of traveling. But I mean, Egypt is one of the places I've always been fascinated with. I've been fascinated with that area and the pyramids and stuff like that. I would definitely love to go there, not only for the tourist sites, but for the culture as well. Knowing the people is just as important as knowing the place. And I mean, there's a couple places that'd be kind of nice. I mean, Sistine Chapel would be kind of cool. I mean, you know, for the artistic value, but not only that, but the architecture. See, I'm a person that likes the architecture. I think that, especially like even in modern day, not modern day, but in like the capital, Washington, D.C., you'll never see that kind of construction again. It's just too expensive. Not to mention it's not fashionable, let alone probably what it took to build it. So I'm a kind of a person that loves to take a look at old architecture, even old like wooden buildings and stuff like that. If you take a look at some of the factories from like, you know, even the Civil War area in the United States, the type of timbers that they use, the type of woods that they use, they'll never be able to use that again. The trees just are either protected or they're just not harvested. You literally would have to take apart an old building to reuse the timbers to go into a new building. And fortunately enough, in Virginia, where I'm at, there are still some buildings that you can go to that have that old, you know what I'm saying, the old architecture. Not a lot, but there still are some. Still are some. And it's the kind of stuff that I really, really like and really, really appreciate. I mean, all the stuff that we're watching right here, that just blows me away. It absolutely blows me away. And I can appreciate it from a technical standpoint. Same reason, I think that's kind of one of the ways that we actually got here, was just like, it happened to come up in my feed because it's something I watch when I'm just like doing other things. Exactly, dude. Barcelona. Wow. Good call. Good call. But I mean, it doesn't have to be technically extravagant either, as far as my appreciation goes. As far as my appreciation goes, I'd love to see the technical aspects of like, not necessarily embellishment design, but so much as like, you know what I'm saying, how did they do that? Same thing Simon was talking about earlier about Stonehenge. It's like, that's probably where we're going to go next, is take a look at that. And it's not necessarily that it's not ornate per se. Is like, how the fuck did they do it? That's more along the lines of what I'm thinking, dude. And plus, this steak is amazing down there. Down where? Oh, architecture is interesting. Yeah. It's true. It is confessional. Take a look at Mexico, Argentina. There you go. Interesting construction. Yeah, right. Good call. Cuba's the same way. Traveling cultures is for hours. Well, you in the right place, Liz. Have a seat, grab a cup of coffee, get you something to eat. Hang out. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're just going through the conversation. You say the steak is amazing in Argentina? I gotta go. I want to try it out. I'd love to go places like Brazil. I'd love to check out South America. I mean, hell, I'm in the Americas. I haven't been outside of America, though. Not to any real extent. I've been to the Canadian side of Niagara Falls, and I've been to Tijuana in Mexico. But I mean, that's not really traveling outside the country. It's just kind of like, you know what I'm saying? You go across a bridge. It's not that big a deal. Stonehenge is really interesting. Yeah. Oh, wow. Liz, does that mean that you've been to Stonehenge? Easter Island. Good call. Good call. Yeah. No. Clunkatoo, absolutely. Absolutely. Have a good one. Yeah, you too. Shut up. Shut up. No. All right, that wasn't the intent. No, we need to go. Sorry, no. It was more as a buddy of mine. We were just kind of like traveling. We had to be down in San Diego. We knew the Tijuana was right across the border, so we went. I tell you one of the cool things about it, though. It was the first place I ever saw a large chessboard. They had a freaking store, a shop that was right there by the bus that picks you up, or that drops you off and picks you up. And right there before we left, there was a chess set that was about like 3 foot by 3 foot square, and the pieces are like about that big. I was blown away, dude. I was like, oh my God. And it was dirt cheap. It was like 20 bucks. I mean, it's dirt cheap. Freaking amazing, dude. I didn't get it. I wish I had, though. Ah, Brazil. Wow. No. I wouldn't know if it was right or wrong anyway. Panama Canal, dude. See? That would be good shit. Oh, my Lord. Purple Crocs, don't even worry about it, mate. You be alright. He's talking about they have like a carnival show where the donkey jumps off the freaking high dive into a pool. They got a donkey that jumps off the high dive. That's what he's talking about. God dang. They got pictures of it, dude. They used to have it in America. Yeah, he's in high school. Purple Croc says he's in high school. High school teachers. I like how you made a point to specify that it was high school, though. Good point. Good point. Purple Crocs, why you here then? It's an 18+ stream, bruh. How in the world would you have found me? Canada? Yeah, Canada would be really cool. My parents took a cruise to freaking like, my parents took a cruise to freaking, Alaska. And, dude, that was really, really crazy. That was really, really crazy. They got some really, really good pictures. Scenery is amazing. Scenery is amazing. Here, use the bathroom. Be right back.
David is utterly and emotionally human in its lack of symmetry, whereas Ramsey appears to be so inhuman or perhaps beyond human because of its symmetry. And what's more, it's made out of granite. This substance is orders of magnitude more difficult to work in than marble, and modern sculptors understand this. Chris Dunn contacted contemporary sculptor Mike Leckey, whose beautiful touch in marble resulted in pieces like this one, called Bather in Marble. I'm quoting now from a letter from Mike Leckey sent to Chris Dunn on the subject of the Ramsey statues. Quote, "Dear Chris, thank you for this opportunity. I've been interested in Egypt and its sculpture since I was a child. As a stone sculptor, I can say that the granite of the Ramsey's head and figures is an extremely hard stone, and I believe tools much more durable than hardened copper chisels must have been used in the carving process. It would be necessary for me to upgrade my normal tools to carve such granite. My modern diamond blades and grinding points would be worn out before the head was started. The ancient carvers must have had advanced technology. Although the ancient Egyptians had stone chisels and hammers, which could cut the extremely hard granite, even with an army of disposable labour, completing 4 large sculptures exactly alike with hand tools would take more time than we can conceive of as possible. Modern man with all his modern tools would be challenged to finish 1 Ramses in a generous timeline. Creating 4 of them as large as they are, all the same, seems almost impossible. Best regards, Mike Leckey." End quote. So, what can we infer from all this? It should be clear at this point that there is utterly no chance these statues, the columns, or the precision boxes and vases could have been so precisely and repeatedly fabricated by a Bronze Age culture using the tools that are found in the archaeological record. An analysis of these objects isn't proof in and of itself for a lost civilization that predates the dynastic Egyptians, but it is pretty solid proof that they required forms of high technology to manufacture, regardless of whether or not we found any tools like that. At the same time, we need to balance this conclusion against the fact that we know an awful lot about the dynastic Egyptians. We know about their capabilities, about their daily lives, and we have their tools in the archaeological record, and none of it explains the manufacturing of these precision objects. Despite this, our academics insist that they built everything we see in ancient Egypt, but you just can't have this both ways. One of these two premises has got to give, which leaves us with some pretty simple options. Either we're completely, woefully incorrect about the capabilities and the tools of the early dynastic Egyptians, and they did in fact have advanced capabilities that rival our own, and they were able to make these precision objects. Or we're wrong in saying that they created them at all. To insist that both statements are true, that the dynastic Egyptians both made all of these objects and did so with the primitive tools of the Bronze Age, is logically inconsistent, and it makes no sense at all. Yet this contradiction is exactly the ground that our mainstream academic Egyptologists and archaeologists choose to occupy. Why do you think they don't want to discuss or investigate the nature of precision and technology evident in the manufacturing of these artifacts?
All right, what'd I miss?
Almost
What did I miss?
every expert who investigates these precision objects, the engineers, stonemasons, the architects, they all recognize the achievement they represent, and they inherently understand just how far out of a Bronze Age culture's reach
crazy.
that they are.
Yeah,
By
USA,
acknowledging
man.
that there's a degree of sophistication and high
California
technology
and Florida?
evident in
Nice.
these artifacts, then you're acknowledging that our current story for them just doesn't make any sense. Perhaps this is why it seems to be so difficult to get our academics' attention on this issue, as it leads to some very
Colorado's
confronting
good, yeah,
questions
Utah.
for the orthodox
I've been
story
across
of
there.
history. Of course, there is a simple concept that can make sense of everything.
Ooh,
we
nice,
see
Liz.
here. When you introduce the idea of inheritance, of longer timelines, of the rise and fall of ancient and lost high civilizations, when you look at the evidence for multiple levels of technology on these ancient sites, or if you really listen to what the Egyptians themselves said about their own past, then the facts as we know them can begin to make some sense. These ideas are supported
Nice.
by much new science in our modern times, with the extension of the human genetic timeline, and with the discovery of recent and devastating global cataclysms like the Younger Dryas. These ideas would be supported further, I think, with a full and honest assessment of what it might take to
Plus, I
manufacture
can see it coming.
the remarkable and ancient.
I knew that
precision
today was going to be a
objects
good
that are
day.
still sitting right before
Especially
our
for
very eyes.
moderators.
When it comes to these
Time to
mighty
pull out the
statues,
toolboxes,
remember
boys.
that we label them as statues of Ramses II purely because he has his name carved into them. But whether or not they're actually statues of
Ooh, that's
Ramses,
kinda cool.
and I don't think that they are undeniably and
Good call.
iconically Egyptian. Does this mean that the dynastic Egyptians made these statues? Or could it indicate that they inherited these objects and then built their civilization around
Hey, you
these
see, that's a
objects?
good point.
They revered them. They modeled themselves after them.
That is a very, very good
If
point.
I were an emerging Bronze Age culture and I came across these statues or boxes or columns, I might think these were direct representation of the work of the gods also. Yusuf Ayawan, master stonemason and expert guide, explains further.
The fact that we have the statues of dynastic Egyptians, no matter, we're not going to depend on the writings to date it and relate it, but the shape, the dress, everything is that culture. And it does have the power tools marking, like the tubular drill and the power like circular saw. That means we cannot separate the pyramid builders from them. But we can have something else. We can extend the timeline with more intermediate periods and more up and down of the civilizations. Probably the cataclysm will wipe everything off. And then they will you know,
Inherit
inherit it, and yeah, of course, inherit it and re-rise again, or like, you know, rebuild the civilization. Especially if you inherit lots.
It almost sounds like he's saying that they inherited a lot of what they had there, and they just kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't necessarily say graffitied what was left behind, so much as the fact that same thing that they had the discussion about the Sphinx, how like the water lines, the water erosion on the Sphinx was something that they kind of suspected was from a period way older than the Egyptian culture, which is really, really kind of interesting.
It will be much easier to develop again. Maybe not the same, but to develop a lot, to understand a lot about the ancient Egyptian civilization. Maybe they used these structures for initiations, or what we call magic, or what we call things like that. But still, it's a reuse.
All of
It's
history
a reuse.
is ultimately conjecture at some point. We are always faced with the challenge of assembling a story from a very limited set of incomplete evidence. There are few truly definite things when it comes to our past, and new evidence that could change that story is unearthed all the time. I think that this evidence now supports a different conclusion and tells a different story about the very roots of human civilization on this planet, one that is longer and more traumatic than we ever thought possible. Even if this story raises more questions than it answers,
There's one of the boxes
I hope
right
that
there.
more people can open their minds to see it and
Look at the
then
size of
pursue
that.
it wherever it leads. I know that I will be.
I mean, dude, that's just crazy. That's absolutely insane. That is just absolutely insane. All right, I tell you what. I'm very interested in what you were talking about with Stonehenge. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at Stonehenge. Whoops. Right fingers. Mystery revealed.
Few places in the world elicit the mystery and wonder that Stonehenge does. For hundreds of years, archaeologists and historians have puzzled over the ancient ruins, trying to piece together the truth behind its origin. At last, though, modern science has caught up with the ancient mystery, and we finally have a pretty good idea as to who created this wonder of the ancient world. For anyone living under a very large rock for the last 500 years and doesn't know, Stonehenge is an ancient site in the UK made up of pillars of rock laid out in a circle. The remains showed that the entire site was once ringed with massive stone columns, which were themselves topped with slabs of stone that completely encircled the monument. Inside, scientists suspect that there was once a smaller circle of stones, of which only a few pillars remain, also topped by a massive stone slab. While the site is relatively simple in its construction,
Not exactly sure if I like the presentation, but
wonders such as the pyramids of Egypt, what is impressive is that Stonehenge is estimated to have been built over 5,000 years ago, when humans were thought to have been largely using nothing more than simple bone and timber tools. The Neolithic monument is also thought to have taken 1,500 years to complete, with construction being taken up by various groups of people who continually added to the original site. The first stage was a massive circular ditch and bank dug on the Salisbury Plain by Neolithic Britons using deer antlers for tools. They also included deep pits inside of that circular construction, now known as the Aubrey Holes after John Aubrey, the 17th century antiquarian who discovered them. It's believed that the holes once held up a ring of timber posts standing upright, creating a circle of timber within the larger circular ditch. This site remained standing until a few hundred years later when more builders arrived and decided to remodel. Rather than use the timbers for their construction, they hauled 80 bluestones, of which 43 remained standing, and laid them out in either a horseshoe or circular formation around the site. Lastly, during the third and final phase of construction, which took place around 2000 BC, sandstone slabs were arranged into a ring formation around the entire site, with some being assembled into the iconic three-piece structures called trilithons. A few trilithons remain standing inside the formation today, and it's these structures that have become a visual representation of Stonehenge Stonehenge for millions of people around the world today. Work would continue for the next 400 years,
What is it?
with
What are
the
you saying,
large
Josh?
stones being repositioned as new people modified the original site. What's particularly impressive about Stonehenge is that the majority of the construction took place well before the invention of the wheel. That means that the sandstone blocks weighing over 40 tons
The laser
had been
quality precision,
transported
right,
from up to
exactly.
25 miles away, while the smaller bluestones, which weighed up
True.
to 4 tons each, were
True.
originally sourced from over 200 miles away. How in the world did Neolithic builders get these giant stones into position without even the use of the wheel? The longest standing theory is that the stones were transported using sledges
size of that
and
guy.
rollers made out of fallen
Ah,
tree trunks,
dang.
with each stone riding atop a bunch of greased logs, which would be moved in front of the stone as it traveled over and past a section of logs. This would have allowed the builders to simply push or drag the huge stones over long distances, though it would certainly have been incredibly labor-intensive. They then could have transferred the stones into huge rafts and floated them along the Welsh coast and up to the River Avon toward the construction site. More modern refinements to the theory has builders using teams of oxen
That's
to
true.
drag the
The
stones
alignment.
along grooved planks, or transporting them in giant wicker baskets or on all kinds of ball bearings. However, in the 1970s, geologists began to get in on the debate of how the mighty stones were transported. They suggested that it wasn't humans who lugged these stones dozens or hundreds of miles, but rather that it was ancient glaciers. Well known to uplift rocks and transport them hundreds of miles, these glacial erratics, as they're known, pop up all over the world and are remnants of the last ice age. They
Ice
proposed
Age.
that perhaps glaciers had deposited a large number of raw stones required to build Stonehenge.
Crazy.
Though the theory isn't particularly popular amongst mainstream geologists. Never mind how it was built, though. Who were the people that actually built Stonehenge? Back when mythology was considered history, it was believed that Stonehenge was the handiwork of King Arthur's friend and confidant, the wizard Merlin. Sometime in the mid-5th century, hundreds of British nobles were killed by Saxon barbarians and then buried on the Salisbury Plain, which was at the time made out of stakes. And in order to honor the fallen men, King Aureolus Ambrosius, the uncle of King Arthur, ordered that a memorial be built on the site to honor their deaths. The king thus sent an army to Ireland to fetch a stone circle known as the Giant's Ring, which ancient giants had built from magical African bluestones. The Irish, defending the ring, were defeated, but the men could
Gus,
not
you know how to
move
get in
the
touch with
massive
me.
stones. Thus, Merlin used
You
his
wanna
magic
start
to
new?
move the giant stones across the sea and onto the site they stand
I've said
on
it a million
today.
times.
According to the legend,
You know exactly
King
what you gotta
Ambrosius and
do.
King Arthur's father, Uther, remained
not exactly sure
buried
what you're
there
talking
to this
about old
day.
ways,
When
but-
people started believing in myths less and science more, the monument was attributed to the Saxons, the Danes, the Romans, the Greeks, and even the Egyptians. Eventually, in the 17th century, archaeologist John Aubrey claimed that the monument was the work of Celtic high priests known as Druids, and the theory
Druids.
largely stuck for hundreds of years. Even today, many individuals who identify as modern Druids gather at the site to hold rituals. Yet, sadly for them, modern science has at last determined that it was definitely not the Druids who built Stonehenge. Stonehenge, it turns out, has an origin as complicated as its construction, and after the careful observation of dating bones and tools and other artifacts discovered on the site, archaeologists now believe that there was actually no one people who are responsible for building Stonehenge,
that's
but
interesting.
that rather the monument was a community project of sorts, with various groups of people working on it at different times. First were Neolithic agrarian humans, likely the original inhabitants of the British Isles, though some genetic research hints that these original inhabitants were actually displaced by invaders from the mainland. Then the descendants of the original Britons likely added to the site, followed by immigrants from the European continent, with some hypothesized to have come from as far as modern-day Turkey.
Wow.
Stonehenge, it turns out, has no one source, but rather is a hodgepodge of different cultures who likely all appropriated it to suit their own needs. We might never know why it was originally built, but it's clear that as new groups of people came across the site, they were quick to modify or add to the construction in order to suit their own needs. The site is thought to have served purposes related to astronomy, calendar keeping, religious ceremonies, and even as a royal monument, with its function throughout the years as varied as its original builders. While today it serves as a tourist destination for people who come from all over the world to marvel at the ingenuity of our ancestors. This is, of course, the official story, and other sources claim that Stonehenge is,
Oh, wow.
you guessed it,
Liz, I tell you what,
in
I'm
origin.
jealous.
Some believe
I
that
am
Stonehenge
jealous.
is part of a global navigation network used by alien ships, with sites that include the pyramids and the Nazca Lines in
To
South
witness.
America. Apparently, ancient aliens needed visual signals by which to navigate the spacecraft that they traversed the galaxy with because they never quite developed GPS technology. A very curious serious technological misstep. Yet others believe that Stonehenge is the site of a major vortex which spews out some kind of energy from the earth.
Right?
These believers claim that ancient humans could identify and tap into these magical vortexes. Yet somehow, for some reason, despite being able to land spacecraft on Mars, modern humanity is apparently unable to discover the same magical vortices that primitive humans did. For our part, after careful examination by our team of leading researchers, archaeologists, and historians, we here at the Infographics Show have deduced that Stonehenge is an interdimensional aperture through which space aliens from the Zeti Reticuli Nebula will one day invade in order to feed on our delicious brains.
Oh my
and
lord.
Seriously, who are you gonna listen to? Leading researchers and scientists or the internet? Who thought so? Who do you think really
That's
built
good
Stonehenge?
comedic relief right there. I mean, you know, saying, hey, look, if that's the case, then that's kind of interesting that several cultures actually added to it. Oh, look, there's the Sphinx right there. How crazy is that? It is kind of cool. I mean, you know, say, hey, look, it's like any other structure, right? Whoever moves in kind of like makes it their own. That's really, really cool. It is really, really cool. Right? That's the autocorrect for you, right? Liz is getting the worst of it right there for sure. No doubt. No doubt. I don't know, y'all. What do you want to do? You guys want to do some research? What do you want to do? I think it's genius, dude. Autocorrect. Ooh. I tell you one of the things that I did watch last night. It was somebody that's been doing research on. He was saying how genius the computer was on the Apollo lander. I thought was really, really cool. You know anything about them? You're saying like underwater buildings? Take a look. Ooh, what is this? You ever seen the flood tunnels? Flood tunnels are pretty crazy. Japan's lost Atlantis? Is this what you're talking about right here?
Submerged is a mysterious structure that has baffled archaeologists for years. Where did it come from?
Oh, wow.
And who made it? This is Yonaguni Monument.
I think I remember seeing
Japan's
something
lost
about
Atlantis.
At least the rocks. Like somebody actually
In
speculated that it
1985,
was like a
Japanese
natural
man was diving
formation.
off the south shore of Yonaguni Island, situated 76 miles from the east coast of Taiwan. It was here he noticed some strange formations under the waters. Upon closer inspection, he realized that
Friction
he had
welding, yeah.
stumbled upon the remnants of a lost civilization. Little did he know he just uncovered one of the greatest underwater discoveries ever. The origins of the structure have been the topic of debate for so many years. Many of the scientists, researchers and archaeologists have questioned where the monument came from.
Good call.
Some have argued that this is the result of a natural phenomena, carved by natural processes over thousands of years. However, others such as Professor Masaki Kimura believe it was created by an advanced prehistoric civilization. Continuous research on the monument overwhelmingly points to the fact that the structure is a man-made monolith, carved from a natural formation. Within the structure, many have identified a pyramid, castle, roads, a pool, and a stadium. The main feature of Yonaguni Monument is a rectangular formation made from sandstone, measuring 150 meters by 40 meters and reaching 27 meters in height. On top of this huge structure is a formation known as the Turtle. Close to the turtle are stairs which are carved into the sandstone. Cut into the monument are depictions of animals, strategically placed holes and aesthetic triangles, all indicating that this was man-made. The exact date of these ruins is hard to determine, but a team of Japanese geologists believe them to be at least 6,000 years old, while others have theorized them to be much older. It's believed that the monument was constructed during the last ice age, 10,000 BC, when the sea level was far lower than it is today. Yonaguni was the southern end of a land bridge that connected Taiwan, Ryukyu and Japan, perhaps acting as an important trade route. Either rising sea levels or earthquakes eventually sank the monuments, sinking it to the seabed to be lost for thousands of years. The Yonaguni monument is surrounded in mystery, but we would love to hear your thoughts. Do you think it was natural or man-made? What did you think it used to be? Let us know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to...
Alright.
I'm Monty Halls, and I'm on a mission to solve some of the greatest mysteries in the world of diving. From the deadliest dive site on Earth,
We have a compulsing diver.
to missing treasure in an African
Alright.
lake.
Maybe not. It sounds to me like they're just trying to play up the drama on this one. I was hoping for something a little bit more science-based. Anyhow. I'll tell you what, let's see. Let's take a look at what would be like ancient architecture. Archaeology? No, architecture. How do you spell it? There we go. Here we go. How about a documentary? There we go. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Josh. I wasn't necessarily thinking of pyramids. Temples of India. Here we go. Also, the Parthenon. That would be actually kind of interesting, too. Let's take a look at this.
Planet Earth is home to some spectacular relics from bygone eras.
I'm not a fan of this guy.
Constructions that seem to defy the technological capabilities of their time.
Let's see how they do.
Strange and mysterious, thought-provoking and puzzling.
These guys do so many different videos.
Archaeological discoveries keep attracting the attention of researchers worldwide. The scientific community has not yet been able to shed light upon them.
Okay, Boomer.
Let's see some of the greatest findings that still remain unexplained. The site of Sacsayhuaman consists of a fortress that has layered walls. Multiple walls located behind each other, the rear ones higher than the frontal ones. The more one advances inwards, one has to climb higher, meaning more walls. The immense fortress was put together with the usage of huge stone blocks. Nobody knows exactly who built Sacsayhuaman, when, and most importantly, how.
Wow. Seems though it's right outside the city, though. You would think.
Sacsayhuaman can be admired mostly for the remarkable architecture engineering skills that were needed for its creation.
Look at the rocks.
The Incas told the Spaniards that they weren't the ones who built Sacsayhuaman, but the giants. In their mythology, there were huge people living in the Cusco area, and they carried the huge stone blocks.
I thought they already said that was not mythology.
It's believed that the upper parts of the fort contained smaller stones, which were easily demolished, and taller moved away and used for the construction of colonial buildings. The large stones were too heavy, and the Spaniards simply left them in their original shape. Specialists affirm that originally the walls of the fort were approximately 3 meters, or 9.84 feet, higher than today. Shockingly, anyone with a keen eye can notice that some stone blocks used in constructing the complex are gigantic, the size of small trucks even.
Wow.
Nobody knows how these huge stones were cut and moved into place.
Yeah, ancient architecture. That's what I was looking up.
Many stones weighed over 50 tons, and the biggest one was over 120 tons. By comparison, a U.S. Army Abrams tank weighs just over 50 tons. Imagine lifting a tank.
Interesting comparison.
Even with modern cranes, it would be a very difficult task. Now imagine lifting twice that weight, about 120 tons, in the Middle Ages, when it's believed that this fortress was constructed. Hard to imagine how the Incas could have done this. We can also add the fact that the Incas did not know the wheel. They did not write either. The cutting of the hard rocks is another mystery that so far no one has given any plausible answer to. With understanding the construction of Sacsayhuaman, we're no further than with understanding the construction of the Egyptian
Central America,
pyramids. Famous Spanish writer Garcilaso de la Vega once wrote about Sacsayhuaman. This fortress surpasses the constructions known as the Seven Wonders of the World, for in the case of a long broad wall like that of Babylon, or the Colossus of Rhodes, or the pyramids of Egypt, or the other monuments, one can see clearly how they were executed. They did it by summoning an immense body of workers and accumulating more and more material day by day and year by year.
They still can prove that about the pyramids,
They overcame all difficulties by employing human effort over a long period. But it's indeed beyond the power of imagination to understand how these Indians, unacquainted with devices, engines, and implements, could have cut, dressed, raised, and lowered great rocks, more like lumps of hills than building stones.
I think actually the point that he's trying to make is, well, excuse me, that the technology, saying that it is from like the Middle Ages or something like that, ancient, is maybe like he's speaking in a technological sense. Like, you know what I'm saying? Trying to accomplish this now would be difficult, but we're talking about like a time period when supposedly, you know, this kind of construction would be literally impossible, or at least according to what we've seen. This goes totally back to the same thing we were talking about with the last video, how you know, like there was a technology that could do it that was just removed or could not be maintained. Kind of strange and kind of interesting that it's actually a worldwide kind of thing. Of course, if you had enough, you know what I'm saying, if you had the capability of doing that, yeah, getting it around the planet probably would be like no big deal. You know what I'm saying? Spread your wings and fly kind of thing. Very, very interesting. Oh, yeah, Liz, absolutely. Grab something to eat. Well, I can't necessarily say, yeah, I do believe that you're right. Ancient is probably a little bit of a stretch. I'll agree with that 100%. But I mean, technologically speaking, I guess that would be... Well, you do have a point. I'm not going to argue with you. You're right.
Set them so
hang tight for a second, y'all. I'll be right back.
For this reason, and because the Indians were so familiar with demons, the work is attributed to enchantment. Most people today consider the fortress an Inca construction, though they themselves told the Spaniards that Sacsayhuaman was built by giants. Writers like Eric von Daniken bring the theories further as far as talking about alien activity in this area when they speak about the Nazca Lines and Tiahuanaco, this latter site being in Bolivia. Indeed, many of us doubt the fact that the Incas could have constructed Sacsayhuaman. The immense blocks are just as large as some used in the building of Ollantaytambo. Were the lower, larger rocks placed there by some other culture, some have even pointed out to the Chachapoyas culture, those who built Coilap. Estimates tell us that approximately 20,000 to 30,000 people were needed for the construction of Sacsayhuaman. The works would have went on for about 60 years.
What's he talking about? What'd I miss? It's all quiet. Well, except for the
The
background
name of the
music.
city comes from the Nahuatl Teotihuacan.
There we go. This is
or
what I was
the
talking
place
about.
where men become gods. Simpler said, people acknowledge it as the City of Gods. The Nahuatl origin of the word was put to use by the Mexica Aztecs in order to distinguish this city that a previous civilization already built. When the Mexica arrived here, the city was in Rex. Up until today, the original name that the civilization constructor gave it is still unknown. Many reasons set Teotihuacan under the wraps of a huge mystery.
Nice, Simon.
We only know it was one of the most important cities in the American continent. The rest of it is only a blurry, uncompleted image. As a matter of fact, researchers still analyze the real origins of the city. Near the outset of the Christian era, the City of the Gods was only a village. However, it was a place that gained in popularity as the capital of devotion in the Anahuac Valley. The first significant structures most likely formed at that time, as excavations performed at the Pyramid of the Moon confirmed it. The city increased its reputation during the Classic period, 3rd to 7th centuries AD. It reached an area of around 21 square kilometers with a population varying between 100,000 and 200,000 citizens. All the region of Mesoamerica sensed the power of Teotihuacan. Discoveries around Tikal, Monte Alban, and other sites proved that they had a connection with this City of Gods. Before the Spaniards arrived in Mesoamerica, the city was a long time deserted. Even the few accounts we have in our historical sources do not reveal proper information about the first inhabitants, but rather only those who lived after its downfall.
That's interesting.
The Nahuatl sources of Bernardino de Sahagún believed that this city was the point where the gods assembled to give a surge to Nahui Olin, the fifth sun according to local mythology. This period is inherent in the contemporary age.
Yeah, like I said, these guys
As
do a lot of
reported by
videos.
colonial sources, the
Recognize
Nahas
his voice
believed
from
that
other
Queen
videos.
Metzine built the city. They were a group of giants that populated the world during the previous era. The pyramids were believed to be large tombs of the gods, creators of the city. Moreover, the city was a holy place where after death, men became gods.
Unless you, like, believe in Stargate, and then they're landing spots, aren't they? You remember the movie? They had the pyramid shapes so the ship could land on top of it? Maybe these are old landing sites. Something along those lines. Yeah, this guy right here, they do, he's got several different channels, and they do all kinds of stuff like, you know, top 10s and stuff like that, top 5s, that kind of thing. So, like, I mean, you know what I'm saying, as far as, like, the credibility goes, the minute I heard his voice, I was just like, yeah, I remember this guy from somewhere else, for sure. Landing pads for alien ships, right, exactly, dude. All right, I'll tell you what, man, we're going to let that one go. We're going to let that one go. Oh, here's Boris. Is that what you were talking about, Simon? Good times, man. Good times. There it is, man. The sarcophagi. Serapeum? Is that what he said? That was 2 years ago. That's interesting. Ooh, what is this? Booby X? Look at this craziness here, y'all. Look at this craziness here.
Don't let your senses deceive you. This car does not exist.
That's hot, though.
Well, not yet anyway.
That is hot.
Meet Kaiser Salim, aka the Kaiser. Concept artist, automotive designer, car lover, and holy f***, is that an F40 based on the 250 GT bread van?
Nice.
What?
Kaiser it's kind of amazing what he's able to do. You know, it is art in its truest form.
That's hot.
He's actually achieving like more than real, in my opinion. Like his latest renders are, I don't even understand how he can do it. I try every day and I can't really touch his heels.
Wow.
Yo, hey, dude.
Hey, man.
Obviously, I want to know everything you're willing to share about this Moby X project you got with Bisimoto, but I think maybe we'll leave that to the end. I think our viewers are owed a bit of a origin story.
Yes, I mean, I've always had an interest in
Yo, Extreme, what's going on?
And in vehicles. You know, from a very young age, I was always drawing something, or, you know, just sketching. When I was at secondary school, you'd look online and you'd see a cool piece of artwork.
That's rather funny.
How
should watch that spitting image. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Realize that kind of stuff was possible.
That is funny.
And that's kind of when I discovered Photoshop. I started doing some very basic things, like changing the color of cars and lowering them to the ground and switching wheels out from other cars. You know, just mix and match. That's kind of when I first realized,
that's hot.
You know, that this is something I really, really enjoy doing.
Oh, wow.
I was starting characters, trying to create these worlds that was swirling around inside my mind. I, you know, set myself tasks of creating environments and vehicles, and this was then kind of the next phase, moving on from just, you know, lowering cars and changing the color of them to something a bit more advanced.
Kaiser's ambitious vehicle designs got him his first paid gig creating liveries for the Top Gear live show. But it was these futuristic sci-fi worlds he'd imagined them into that piqued the interest of one of the biggest names in the game.
I would post a few of these online and they got the attention of Neil Blomkamp. To my surprise, you know, I'd watched Elysium and obsessed over that film, and this particular GTR in that film designed by Aaron Beck, and I would obsess over it. I'm like, wow, that's something I want to do.
Hell yeah.
And, you know, he had films out like District 9 and Chappie, and he dropped me an email and he was like, you know, like, I love your work, and I have this Mild Oats project that I'm working on, and we're in need of a few concepts for these crazy off-road vehicles. And that was my first kind of proper real experience working within film and working within that kind of industry.
And was it at that point that you thought, this is something I could actually...
Yeah.
I'm good. Sounds like the deal. Same time?
In my spare time as well, I would work on more of these.
I actually got a picture of me next to an F40.
You know, environments and characters.
I think that was one of the highlights.
So
we went to a car show.
My time at home.
We went to a car show where they had it was like European cars, European and Italian cars, and let me tell you something. They waited. They brought the Ferraris out last. They had, like, you know, say they had the Jags, they had the Porsches, they had the freaking some old vehicles from the air and stuff like that. And it was like a European car show, and then like right towards the end, they brought out the freaking Ferraris. And dude, I totally gravitated right to the F40. And it's just that car is just so hot. That car is just so hot. I mean, from a raw perspective, I tell you what, it captivates. Ferraris captivate. That's the part that's really, really kind of interesting, especially about that brand. It's not the fastest. It's not the, you know what I'm saying, most expensive. But it is, like, you know, it's captivating. It is very, very captivating. It's kind of the same, you know, love that I have for, like, Koenigsegg. I love the car because of the man behind it. It's not necessarily the fact that, you know, they're badass. I mean, don't get me wrong. They are badass. But it's the man behind it. Christian von Koenigsegg is, like, you know what I'm saying? That's his vision. That is his vision. That is, you know, over and above, oh God, it just left my mind. What is it? Who's the other guy that's like a real artist when he's doing his vehicles? High end, but they use like the Mercedes power plant, the AMG power plant. Oh, Pagani. That's what it is. The Paganis are sweet. They're very, very artistic. They're very, very artistic. But it's the Koenigsegg's. I love those vehicles because of the man behind it. But I got to tell you, man, standing in the pedigree of a Ferrari, and I mean specifically the F40, absolutely genius, dude. Absolute genius. If you want to, yeah, in Mega Lottery, yeah. Dude, as a matter of fact, in case you guys don't know, they hire at Koenigsegg. You literally can get a job at Koenigsegg as a tech. You can get a job as a tech. And the only thing that I ever saw that was a qualification was the fact that you have to be able to work with others on new technology and speak English. That was the one qualification. You had to speak English. You have to be able to write it, to speak it, the whole thing. That was their thing. And I saw that like a few years ago, and I was like, you're kidding me, right? It's like the only qualification you have to do is be able to talk English. I said, shit. I wouldn't necessarily say that I could do that as a job, but I would definitely love to go over there and freaking like be able to travel with the technicians and work on these vehicles and freaking like, you know what I'm saying? Because like literally when they sell you a Koenigsegg, it's the only car you're going to get. It is that whenever they come up with new technologies and they incorporate it into the older models, they go and replace that technology. And that's one of the reasons why it's so expensive, is that you don't have to pay for it. It's just that they upgrade it. They constantly upgrade it. I wouldn't say for free because of the cost of the vehicles, but it's the reason why they run $2-3 million, $3.5 million per, is because of that. And so it's really, really kind of interesting. Really, really kind of interesting how that works. Now, granted, of course, like, yeah, newer models, sure, he's got to buy it. But if they come out with new technologies that can be put into the older models, boom, you get an instant upgrade. Super, super awesome. You have a dozen of them? Yeah.
Just learning as much as I could and practicing, you know.
I'd definitely like to try out, different vehicles for the experience.
2D is great, but I feel like I've hit my limit.
Just to see, you know, let's say the drivability.
6 to 7 hours on one image of a car, only for it to be shown in one angle. You know, I'm like mixing 3D together with 2D and painting it just opened up a whole new avenue for me in my work.
It is hot.
I was actually working in construction, but I had an online portfolio. He sent me the model and I rendered it from his model. That gave me a little insight on how he modeled things. What I really like about him as an artist is he's not afraid of being different, and yet he can do it without sacrificing being realistic, which is very hard to find these days. Normally you see hyper-realism, but then he doesn't have many mods, at least not exaggerated ones. And he can pick a little bit from two worlds and do it on one render, which is exaggerated, have his own personality, but still keep it realistic, which it's impressive.
At the time, Kaisel's 3D work not only got him deserved recognition from his peers, but it was also a huge boost to his profile. In fact, you may think you're only just discovering the guy, but I'm willing to bet you're actually already familiar with some of his work.
One day I went into work and I remember looking through my emails, oh, there's one from EA Games here.
Wow.
It was in my spam folder, so I was like, this could very well not be a legitimate email, and I very nearly just binned it off and didn't bother reading it. But thankfully I didn't do that. Although the job surprised me a little because, you know, I went into this thinking, oh yeah, you know, like they're getting me to design cars and I'll do all these body kits and I'll do all these vehicle designs, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna get you to do environment art. Have you seen my portfolio? Doing environments and focusing on that aspect, something I don't normally do, enabled me to work on bettering other skills and my perspective and everything, and bringing it all together instead of just focusing on cars. That was like my first year at EA, and I ended up working at EA for 4 years. Towards my final year working at EA, I was working on Need for Speed Heat. It was a really nice period, I think, because I felt like EA had finally taken notice of everything that I was doing up until that point. So they gave me the opportunity to design the hero car of the game, which was Polestar 1. I looked at it and I was like, this doesn't strike me as a Need for Speed car. I'm like, yeah, we know that's what we want you to do. They're like, you know, what would this car look like as a Need for Speed car? So I just tried to create the most craziest, outlandish, extreme thing that I could.
That's pretty sweet.
Rockstar really liked it, and they went ahead and built it for the release of the game, which was awesome. Working in games is a very stressful environment. I didn't realize that it was having the impact on me that it was, to the point it started affecting me physically in the form of alopecia. But I had a great time there. I learned so much.
Modified GTR, wow.
It was a very exciting period of my life, and I got to work on a few games in the process.
Oh yeah?
I was still designing
from Cyberpunk
alongside the work I was doing.
I don't know, maybe he's done some.
And at this point,
my
work. Instagram, it was kind of blowing up. I gained a decent following, and I received a message from this one guy, and he was like, I'm a massive fan. I love your work, and I'd love to help you bring these concepts to life. What's stopping you? I was like, I didn't really feel ready to do it at the time. I started working at EA. I'm like, do I take this risk and go for it? It was Eric, who is now my business partner. He convinced me to start a company, and later that year to have a car at the SEMA show in the US, at Vegas, and I was like, okay, let's do it.
See?
The whole
being passionate.
SEMA show and that experience helped launch the company on a global scale. It helped us get recognized, and now we have E30s all over the world that are sporting our kit, which is crazy.
I remember when I saw your feature you did with his LTO E30, it was at that point that my brain just gave up, because seeing his renders and your photos, I was just like, okay, like what am I looking at? I don't know anymore.
I think a lot of that is the fact that he strives so hard to make these renders photorealistic. And I think a lot of that does come from the fact that he actually shoots.
I've always had an interest in photography, more so when I started doing 3D work, moving cameras around, changing focal lengths and everything. It kind of worked in tandem, working with my actual camera and then what I could do within 3D software as well. So my great friend, Mark Riccioni, he gave me tips and helped me, at the start as well, which really, I think, helped trying to come up with a unique identity and style for me and my work, to the point where I use the same grades on photos as I do on renders, and vice versa, which I think is why sometimes people have difficulty differentiating which one's real and which aren't.
See why? I can see why. That's incredible.
There's so many digital rendering artists. I love seeing what they're able to create, but what's good if they create something that A, potentially could never be built, and B, something that just doesn't actually look realistic because they don't understand how we see things, how the camera sees things, and how we perceive things. Just minor things like textures, just the way the camera lens picks up things. It's just those things that Isaac keeps in mind to trick us to thinking that these things exist in real life.
Look, there's no denying Kaisel's work is best accompanied by a glass of open mind. But if, say, a Cyberpunk Countach is not your thing, maybe you'd like to see what a Clio Maxi Turbo would look like. Too many arches and flares? Maybe a crispy clean Lancia Stratos will do it. The tapestry of influences in his work is so vast and pulls from so many corners of the automotive and motorsport spectrum that no matter what your go-to prejudice is, you won't have to scroll down too far until you find something that will truly please your eyes. But hey, even if nothing you find is quite to your taste, the sign above the door tells you how he feels about that.
People are like, why Live to Offend? Like, it's more a personal kind of name.
Why Live to Offend?
Use on my old 2D
There's advice for life.
When I started,
by the way,
a lot of people thought the work I was doing was real, and they would just send pure hate, and it was chaotic, and I was like, yeah, Live to Offend, LTO, it's quite nice, short, simple.
I do notice every so often, going through the comments, people are like, oh, if it wasn't so slammed, or if it didn't have so much camera, it would be a perfect homage to the original. And like, really, when you go and have a proper look at it, that E30, for example, it's really not that much lower than a DTM E30 from that era, you know what I mean? And it's the camber, like you look at touring cars and it's not that much more, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so like my main influence is motorsport. throughout my work, I've always wanted to see race cars on the road. You know, I didn't like the idea of these cars being stuck in museums, not being used, you know, and it was a concept that I'd really like to play on, you know, like what if this car was street legal?
Alfa
What
Romeo.
if these kind of modifications were on street cars
Mercedes.
that we're so
Nice.
used to seeing? They really push things to the limit
Opel.
of those cars.
Or
GT3
Renault, excuse me.
cars, you know, GT4, prototype
Oh.
cars and everything, but there's something super special, I think, about Group 5 and Group C cars because they
Group
were
C.
built in an era where things were still being experimented and explored. You know, like you have these classic, timeless, wedge-shaped race cars that have always inspired me.
Nice.
This new project that you've got,
That's hot.
MobiX, you are building it with Busy from Bisimoto. I mean,
Yes.
legend in his own right. He's got some experience with 935s.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Can you tell me a bit more about it?
Yeah.
What can you unveil?
First and foremost, I've always
I'll tell you what, that's freaking amazing. That is freaking amazing. Being able to keep, like you say, the artistic value, as well as, like, you know, saying the creativity. Being able to look at it and be like, you know, hey, how would this go together? What would this look like? And then being able to do it, that's a higher level. That is definitely a higher level, which is really, really cool. You can tell that's passion. That's the passion about it. That's the not just the love for the craft, but what you are crafting. You know what I'm saying? If you are just a gearhead, freaking, what do they call them? Motorhead? If you're just a freaking motorhead, then yeah, absolutely. Get in there and grind away. But doing stuff like this where you're actually taking concept and then, like he was saying, you know, pulling pieces, parts, and then putting them together and making them make sense as well. That's really, really cool. Super creative, yeah, out of the box thinking. As well as, like, you know what I'm saying, still remaining within, like the other creator was talking about, is like, you know what I'm saying, keeping the focus on what it's going to look like if it was shot through a camera. And, you know what I'm saying, what kind of, like, you know, aperture or lens flares or, you know, certain effects that textures have coming through glass. Because that's literally the way that you're looking at it. What do they call it? The eye of the camera, or the camera's eye, or something like that. Really, really fascinating stuff.
Always been a huge fan of Bissy. He was a total legend. We'd always message. Once I did a render of a 935 slammed, just sat up on the side of the road, and it was like, one day I want to build this. I was like,
okay.
And I was also speaking. You know, I'm good friends with Rod Chong. He's the one who kind of got me involved in this project. It was like, hey, we're thinking of working on something that we think you'll really like and you'll be kind of perfect to work with. We want you to come on board and design it, add some of your signature favorite things to it. I was like, you want me to do that? And they're like, yeah. And that was it. I started doing research, looking at images of 935Ls that raced online, because I was familiar with the Moby Dick and different variants of the 935. So kind of did research, and then I got images of kind of photo scan, you know, data of the actual parts and everything, and I set about modeling it from scratch, because there wasn't a model available anywhere. So I was like, okay, started working on this Porsche, adding parts to it. You know, I tried to add in some sci-fi elements there, so that's what I most enjoy. Like, I wanted this to be a crazy version of a race car, but done in the near future. You know, not so out there that you can't imagine what kind of environment it lives in, but still, even now, I still can't believe that that thing is getting made. And he sends me photo updates of it, and I just lose my mind every time again.
Wow.
This may upset people, but it will be electric.
Live to offend, right?
Live to offend, yeah. Live to offend. Yeah, it's an awesome project, and I'm so excited to see it kind of come to fruition.
I was about to say,
Like,
if he's talking about using it on the street, there's no headlamps.
Race
No
cars
headlights.
for me, so getting to work on one is an all-time dream project.
I mean, they got the low level
This
driving
year,
lights, but that's
next
it.
year in particular, we're currently working on a BMW E36 body kit based off a render I did a while ago. Futuristic, you know, it's still building
Wide body.
the stock body lines of the E36, and we're also building my own Porsche 997 body kit.
Wow.
Again, I'm obsessed with slant noses, so it's gonna be my own variant of slantless design on, I think, what is
That's
currently
crazy,
an
dude.
affordable baseball.
Yeah, I know,
We
dude.
just launched our LTO Rear Louvre for the FD.
Angry
Yeah,
Butcher, were you here
we
when we?
have
No, that was Jamie.
fun
That's right.
projects lined up.
We were
I'm
talking about
excited to see
swimsuit
this
modeling.
as well.
What we were gonna do today.
project I'm very,
And I found the
very
freaking.
excited to
It was a video that showed up in my dashboard. It was freaking like swimsuits.
Liberty Walk, Rocket Bunny Pandem, RWB, Nakai-san, Kato-san, Miura-san. They have inspired me from the very beginning to create my own designs. To have people like that who are so iconic in this industry and have changed this industry.
Jamie, yeah.
I want to be like
they're
not building it for
Spriggs,
likes
Spriggs'
or,
friend
you know,
Jamie.
they're building these cars because they want to build them. And I think that's the level
No.
I'd really like to get to. Just make
Banana hammock,
cool,
no.
fun stuff that inspires other people to do exactly the same thing. And that's why I do the work that I do as well, to help inspire. I mean, I know my companies live to offend, but live to inspire also. You know, yeah.
Doing good. Says he's been working a lot. Absolutely working a lot. I told him, says, hey man, just tell Spriggs, you know, say hi. And I hope that he's doing well, staying safe and all. Keeping the fam safe. That whole thing. That is pretty radical. God, I love that stuff. Man, oh man, do I love that stuff right there. That's always good stuff. Really, really good stuff. I tell you what, y'all. What do you want to do? Hey, dude, you guys want to just like take a break? Freaking, look at this. I wonder if this like is somebody different. Oh, look, Perseverance. Here we go. Here we go. Let's take a look at some. We can take a look at a video about like a colony on the moon or a colony on Mars. I tell you what, that's not bad as far as like terrain goes. That's not wicked bad. Little crazy wheels. Run down to Goodyear. Dude, I tell you what, if it wasn't the fact that they told us it was on Mars, it'd be tough to kind of discern that, huh? McLovin! What's going on, man? How's it going, McLovin? Good to see you, man. Princess Banana Hammock, really? Hey, wait a minute. I know that name. Yeah, the pictures are amazing, dude. Oh, yeah? Really? I'm doing good. We're doing pretty good. Space.com. Unfortunately, that's not super huge.
I'm lurking over here. Can't you see I'm lurking?
Well, I tell you what, Josh, you go right on ahead and lurk on, brother. Lurk on. All right, let's see what we can find out. Let's see if we can do a documentary. What? There we go. Oh wait, is this like that guy?
The moon has been Earth's constant companion for 4.5 billion years.
4.5 billion.
Now it's finally back in the focus of science, almost 50 years after man last set foot on the moon.
Last set foot. Huh?
There's more people, the percentage.
That's the ultimate vacation spot.
That were not alive when we had the last lunar landing. It's been that long, right? And we haven't done the next thing. And so some people say, been there, done that. But what we haven't done is we've just touched the ground.
Hey, Clever, what are you up to, man?
Right? We haven't
doing good?
Really lived. We haven't explored, truly.
If you want to commit the money to it like we did in Apollo, you could do it in probably 10 years. Easy. We did it in 8 years and 2 months.
Hey, what are you talking about me? In Princess Banana Hammock? I've heard the name.
And make tools there.
Yeah, there you go. Metal printing. This should be pretty interesting.
All over the world, researchers are working on a return to the moon and the chance to be able to stay there longer.
Dark side of the moon.
We have to use the moon to operationally understand how to live and work on the planet.
There are many ideas, but actually putting them into practice is the final step that's missing.
It'll be great to see humans return to the moon.
Yeah, it would.
When this will
Shoot,
happen
just
is
getting off
not
the
yet
frickin'
clear,
rock.
But science is making it possible to survive on the moon.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's what I'm saying. Oh, really?
On this Wednesday in 1969, the world was holding its breath. Mankind was witnessing a historic mission. On board Apollo 11, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edwin Buzz Aldrin had a goal mankind had not yet reached: to fly to the moon. 5 days later, in the early morning of July 21st, Neil Armstrong uttered his unforgettable words.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
One giant leap for Donkey Kong.
Armstrong and Aldrin spent a total of 2.5 hours on the surface of the moon.
That's freaking genius.
As they collected rock samples.
All right, y'all. Let me do this. I'm going to go ahead and take a short break. It's going to be... I haven't run ads as of yet. But let me do this. Let me go ahead and... I'm going to run a break video. I'm going to go ahead and run the ads. And I'll be right back. So you guys hang tight. We've already got background music going, so I'm going to let that go. The jazz is great, though, by the way. How chill is that? You guys got Discord? Matter of fact, I told Extreme the same thing the other day. I was like, you know something? It is considered to be bad form to make plans. Well, make plans is, I think, is a little bit different than saying howdy doody. Close your eyes, Extreme. They're doing the same thing. You've never seen one of Emily's streams? Go to her channel. I'm sure she's got the VODs. Emily, you got VODs, right? Emily Lay. You've been singled out. No, you haven't. Extreme. I was talking to Extreme. No, your case is totally different. Just saying. Although the focus should remain on the streamer. I do agree with that. But I mean, I'm not opposed to people talking. Timo, how come you just came in and said hi and nothing else? What are you doing? Don't you sit there in the frickin' cheap seats. You step up here on stage. You had to get her into PJ? Who's that? You talking about Emily? Get her into PJ. I was the one that brought her through the door. Taking credit. Rip. You guys should have found Emily anyway. She's awesome. She really is. I'm not saying that you're not there. I'm just saying. All kinds of lurking quiet. Hell to the no. Not up in here with a bunch of these people. Oh, is that what time it is? So you haven't seen a stream, but you saw the VOD? Emily, time for you to go live. That way Kitman can re-invite you to Pajama Party. Wouldn't it be funny? It's like,
Did we just vote on this? No, you can't do it. That's double jeopardy. You can't do it.
Double jeopardy.
I'll take Kitman for 400. Hype Fox for 1,000.
Hype Fox. Hype Fox.
Isn't that great? Yeah. Everything's been IRLing. IRLing. It's true. It's true. Double jeopardy. You can't do it. All right, y'all. I'm gonna put y'all on words. I need to step away for a second. Might be more than a second. You guys hang tight. I'm not gonna do the ads. I'm just gonna run them. Come on, let's get those words going. Freaking words. Words on stream. That's pretty funny. You know, Simon, I saw your comment as I was leaving. I got to thinking about it. Why have we not put a rover on the moon? Well, I mean, you know, saying we've done it to Mars a couple of times. But I mean, why not the moon? Why not run around the moon with a freaking rover? Like a lunar rover kind of thing. That's kind of interesting. I mean, you know, to talking about modern technology and stuff like that, you're exactly correct. How crazy would it be to have, you know, 4K, 8K images from frickin' the moon? I mean, I understand the whole dust thing, but I mean, don't you have the same problem on Mars? Isn't the same problem like, you know, dust and what have you on Mars? Or is it more controllable? I don't even know. Because, I mean, it would seem to me it'd be far more reasonable if you're going to be, like, surveying the land and you wanted to get a good perspective of, you know, best places to set up. I'm sure they probably have a lot, you know, taken care of as far as, like, you know, where would be a good place to set up for, like, a colony. That kind of thing. But, why not drop a couple of discoveries or perseverances up on the frickin' moon and have them roll around? I mean, did we have a car that drove around up there? Kind of like kicked up some dust? That kind of thing? It'd be kind of interesting. It's really, really kind of interesting. What is this? Oh.
Samples and raised the American flag, they were watched live by 600 million people. Only a few of them were aware that the successful moon landing was hanging by a thread. In NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Capcom Charlie Duke had direct radio contact with Neil Armstrong. Now 82 years old, he can still recall the dramatic moments.
We get very, very tight on fuel. I call 60 seconds, which meant he had 60 seconds to land, and I called 30 seconds. The tension is rising in mission control. You could hear a pin drop, and we were holding our breath. Will we make it? I called 30 seconds, and then 13 seconds later, he landed. But it was very, very tight.
Wow.
And very close to an abort.
Shoot. At that level, you can't abort.
The first lunar landing was a success. 3 years later, Charlie Duke got his own entry in the annals of space travel.
John Young and I were the fifth landing on the moon back in April 1972, and I was the 10th man to step onto the moon. Once we landed, I just erupted with enthusiasm. I shouted into we had our helmets on and fully suited up, and
Nice.
I just shouted.
Whoa. What do you do? What?
Houston All-Around is finally here. Houston, fantastic.
Yeah, that's all good, man. What are you talking about? Whatever, man. That's weird.
On the surface of the moon, Charlie and his commander, John Young, carried out experiments, for example, on radiation protection and heat flow.
It was awesome. It was beautiful, one of the most beautiful deserts I'd ever seen. Gray, very rough topography, up and down, hilly craters, rocks, hills, everywhere. And our objective was to explore this valley, so I was excited. I was very happy to be there. You were almost overcome with the thought of, I'm on the moon, and I'm on the moon.
I'm lurking over here. Can't you see I'm lurking?
Angry Butcher, you go right on ahead, lurk.
On April 24th, 1972, they lifted off again.
Yeah, they said that he had to time that camera
Only
almost
one further
perfectly.
Apollo mission followed half a year later.
Because that was a timer that actually captured that footage.
I'm very disappointed that we haven't had somebody go back. I thought that NASA would be extremely optimistic about going back to the moon. We need to build a station on the moon, similar to Antarctica, where we have a science station on Antarctica. And that's a very hostile climate in Antarctica, but we do it. And I think we could do the same thing on the moon.
Nice. Nice. That would be a very, very interesting place to go. You guys ever see where Metallica actually performed a concert in Antarctica for the scientists? I don't think they necessarily got it, but it was a cool thing. It was definitely a cool thing.
98% of the mainland is covered by ice. That's 3/4 of the Earth's freshwater reserves.
Yikes.
The surface is 1.5 times the size of Europe and twice as large during the Antarctic winter. Only a few animals can survive here. Several types of penguin, such as the emperor penguin, have adapted to the hostile environment, as have a few types of seals. The conditions here in the eternal ice resemble the barrenness of the moon most closely.
But they definitely got the
which is why a team of researchers from Bremen have made the long journey to the far south. The 14 members of the German Aerospace Center, DLR, will spend 2 months at the research station Neumeier 3.
I actually looked into taking a trip to Antarctica. You realize how impossible that is?
Since
It's all science.
2009, scientists have been conducting research here with different focuses, such as meteorology,
Which is really kind of incredible. Like I said,
and
Metallica, they did a
atmospheric
concert.
chemistry. The architecture of the Neumeier 3 station has been adapted to the environmental conditions of the Antarctic. It's built on stilts to keep it free of snowdrifts. Up to 60 scientists stay here in the Antarctic summer, between November and February. Aerospace engineer Paul Zabe is the only member of his team who will also spend the winter here. His task is to grow fresh vegetables as part of the Eden ISS project.
Die Idee hinter dem Projekt ist, hier in der Antarktis.
The idea is to try out all of the necessary technology and operational procedures here in the Antarctic, so that in future a greenhouse can also work.
Inside job. Oh, is that what you were referencing?
We're growing between 15.
I get to admit, I'm not that educated in Star Trek.
As a highlight, we also
Next
have little
Generation?
strawberry plants. We hope we can get
NG.
to the flower so we can harvest strawberries in a few months.
Until the mobile greenhouse reaches the Antarctic by ship, the team has to take good care of the delicate strawberry plants. Inside the station, Daniel Schubert and Konrad Zeidler have tried to create the most ideal conditions.
Desk lamps.
Strawberries are difficult to cultivate, And that's why we've improvised and built our own little makeshift greenhouse. Of course, it's not optimal, but we don't have much of an alternative if we want to keep the strawberry plants alive.
Interesting. I wonder why they
take at least a few more
chose such a difficult plant.
Arrive. Then the experiment here can really get going. And soon, on the moon? In order to live and work on the moon for a longer period of time, worldwide research has to consider the conditions there and the differences to planet Earth. "71% of the Earth is covered in water.
No, Josh, I get it.
It has an atmosphere, a layer of air and gases that surround it and protect it, for example, from meteorite impact and damage from various types of radiation. It also ensures that temperature swings are moderate. 400,000 kilometers away, things look rather different on the moon. Water would have to be extracted from lunar sand by evaporating and condensing it. The moon has no atmosphere to protect it from the impact of any flying objects. It is also exposed to dangerous cosmic radiation. Temperatures rise and fall so dramatically that humans could not easily survive. To make that possible in the future, international students of the European Space Agency are conducting research with various experiments at the European Training Center for Astronauts in Cologne. Dr. Aidan Cowley is in charge of the
Science is universal, y'all.
project.
Any first world
Outside
country
the
out there
center,
has
a
their
lunar
own science
station will be
departments.
built for test and research purposes.
So what you're looking at is a foundation at the moment, but in the next few months this is going to rapidly change into a building. We're going to have a large 34-meter diameter dome. We're going to have 700 tons of regolith simulant. Regolith is the name of the material you find on the lunar surface.
Interesting.
A small settlement for now in Cologne, but in the not too distant future, one on the moon too. This is how the scientists imagine it will look. Inside, there's an airlock and a technical area. The main room is provided with daylight. Like in the ISS, the oxygen supply is provided by chemically based air preparation.
Another good example of why we should go back to the moon would be to understand the radiation environment. So if you're in low Earth orbit at the moment, you have the magnetosphere of Earth protecting you to a certain degree. But the minute you move beyond this, you go to the lunar environment, you no longer have that protection. And now you've got an entirely new radiation environment that will have a different effect on humans.
True that.
The lunar habitat will protect humans from this radiation with a strong outer layer.
This is the protective layer that we want to build. So the idea is that we take the material that is already on the moon, and by applying the microwaves, we could put it around the lunar habitat and build like a solid structure that will protect the lunar habitat from the meteoroids, the radiations, and so on.
Student Oriane Garcia from France is producing the heat required to sinter the powdery regolith, making it into a hard layer. At the moment, however, it looks more like pebbles than a flat surface. On the moon, special robot vehicles would spread the lunar sand and sinter it at the same time, which would take about 3 months. Back then, the Apollo astronauts didn't have such a protected building.
How cool is that?
Well, in 3 days, it wasn't bad. You could survive with just the regular protection that we had.
It took about 40 years for the scientists to figure out what the Apollo missions really brought back. It takes that long. You have to develop the instruments to be sensitive enough to learn what these stones, 300 kilos, almost 400 kilos of stones that have been brought back from the moon, what they really tell us.
As you come around there, there's a rock in the near field on this rim that has some white on the top of it. We'd like you to pick it up as a grab sample.
Nice.
The 12 Apollo astronauts were not allowed to keep any souvenirs. The original lunar regolith was simply too valuable.
It rocks.
Just a stone's throw away from the research center in Cologne is the DLR's Institute for Solar Research. Here, too, scientists are researching regolith radiation protection. Professor Matthias Spall and his team seek the most moon-like conditions possible.
What's available in abundance on the moon is moon dust and plenty of radiation from the sun. We would need several meters of moon rock or moon dust as protection from radiation from the sun and other cosmic sources. And that's one of the things that we're researching.
The experiment is called regolite, a word coined to combine regolith and light. Of course, it doesn't use real lunar regolith, but a simulant which has similar properties, and will be sintered to an entire brick using layered 3D printing.
There you go. 3D printers, y'all. There we go. Isn't that what we were talking about earlier with the
show is that we can really produce
technology?
A 3D object, whether X, Y, or Z, in a vacuum. And this is the technology we're developing here.
There's a vacuum on the surface of the moon. To simulate this, Miranda Fateri and Alexandre Meurice from France are creating the experiment in a vacuum chamber.
Our objective is to see what the mechanical properties are if we sinter something in a vacuum.
Speaking of Star Trek,
comes out, can we construct a better building with it or not?
The strong xenon beams imitate the sun and can create a constant heat of around 1,100 degrees Celsius.
Wow.
Channeled into one ray, they hit the 3 levels of moving moon sand below. It can take up to 5 hours under lunar conditions to bake a 3-dimensional object such as a brick.
So they're going to use like ceramics.
Anything comes out under the vacuum, and then do the chemical analysis. But the chamber is too small and very hot. When we have a bigger chamber, we can build a better cooling system.
Yeah, but I mean, okay.
Components.
All right, but I mean, okay. In the same respect, isn't it that the samples that they're using are actually from Earth's atmosphere? So I mean, inherently, they would actually have like some of the like oxygen, kind of already in there. How accurate do you guys think that the sample would be? I mean, you know, okay, as far as like the results go, sure, they're reproducing the environment that the bricks are being created, but the simulant that they're talking about also still has some of the stuff that Earth has, you know, in it to begin with. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure the accuracy could necessarily. Granted, okay, yeah, the process could be like a refinement kind of thing, but not necessarily the material. I mean, am I wrong on this? Am I wrong on this? What do you guys think? Anybody? Anybody want to chime in on that? Or is it a lot of working and lurking? Just like the title suggests. Absolutely. Title suggests that. I know a lot of people are lurking. It's absolutely true. That's usually the folks that are watching to begin with. Especially since we're not gaming. And I know that Josh has got the audio turned off, so the question is probably going to the void. But I mean, now, doesn't that make sense? It's like, even if it's a simulant, you still have some elements that are earthbound. It wouldn't necessarily, like oxygen. Oxygen being like in the material itself. And possibly one of the reasons why the bricks that they're making have a lot of bubbles in them. So that's rather interesting.
Scientists have to find the right parameters so that in future, today's result will look like the bricks sintered without a vacuum.
Maybe if they use like a substrate,
step,
kind of like, you know, rebar,
the artificial light with their
but if they could do it like artificially,
which consists of 159 square mirrors and concentrates the light energy. It produces the necessary heat through constant sun radiation as exists on the moon.
Just finished dinner? Nice, Simon.
To make use of every resource you have.
Part of the question?
So I think,
oh, yeah. No. What I was saying was like, okay, here, let me back this up just a tad. I'm going to back this up just a tad. This is what they were talking about, is that they are creating the environment to make whatever the protective coating over top of the
from the moon. What they really tell us.
As you come around there, there's a rock in the near field on this rim.
What they're trying to simulate is that they want to use the material on the moon in order to form the protective layer over it, which is a great idea.
Were not allowed to keep any souvenirs.
What I'm saying is,
the original lunar
that
was simply
the way that they're
valuable.
doing it, the way that they're conducting the experiment. Let me see if I can bounce a little bit. All right, it's coming in here right now.
Just a stone's throw away from the research center in Cologne is the DLR's Institute for Solar Research. Here, too, scientists are researching regolith radiation protection. Professor Matthias Spall and his team seek the most moon-like conditions possible.
The most moon-like.
What's available in abundance on the moon is moon dust and plenty of radiation from the sun. We would need several meters of moon rock or moon dust as protection from radiation from the sun and other cosmic
sources. So they're
sources.
using it protective?
And that's one of the things that we're researching.
Yeah, but if you're looking at, okay.
The experiment is called regolite, a word coined to combine regolith and light. Of course, it doesn't use real lunar regolith, but a simulant which has similar properties.
Similar.
And will be sintered to an entire brick using layered 3D printing.
Okay, so they're using that to actually try to form a brick.
What we want to show is that we can really produce a 3D object, whether X, Y, or Z, in a vacuum. And this is the technology we're developing here.
Now, granted, okay, yeah.
There's a vacuum
it is
on the
baby
surface
steps.
of the moon. To simulate this, Miranda Fateri and Alexandre Meurice from France are creating the experiment in a vacuum chamber.
Our objective is to see what the mechanical properties are if we sinter something in a vacuum. If something better comes out, can we construct a better building with
Yes,
it or not?
correct. The regolith. Now, see,
The strong xenon beams imitate the sun and can create a constant heat of around 1,100 degrees Celsius. Channeled into
but
one
look at
ray,
all the look at how
they hit
porous the
3
material
levels
is.
of moving moon sand below. It can take up to 5 hours under lunar conditions to bake a 3-dimensional object such as a brick.
What I'm saying is, okay, what I was saying is that, okay, they have a simulant,
We
but
want to
it's
see whether
still,
anything comes out under the vacuum, and then do the chemical analysis.
even though it's in a
But the
vacuum
chamber is too
with the
small
sunlight,
and very
both
hot.
being probably fairly accurate.
When we have a bigger chamber, we can build a better cooling system.
But it's the simulant
and
itself
bigger components.
that's not going to be accurate. So I mean, okay, so if what I'm seeing is that they're doing is they're probably trying to check to see what the radiation resistance is from sunlight through the brick. And what I'm saying is that I believe that it's going to be a somewhat, well, probably quite a bit inaccurate, because the simulant that they're using is not, you know what I'm saying, it's not continuously in a vacuum. In other words, it'll have like oxygen being in there, and like, you know, whatever other atmospheric materials or mineral, not really minerals, but I mean gases that are not present on the moon. So I mean, I don't necessarily see where that would be an accurate representation. Now, granted, like I was saying, this is the baby steps right here. This is, you know, like they were saying, it's the process. I guess it's not necessarily, maybe that's what they're going for, is more the process, not so much, you know, the protective value of the material itself, which I can kind of understand that. But it would seem to me that it would be like, you know, somewhat of a misconception. Even if the material itself was actually, like, you know, saying as close as it was to being what moon dust is, you still have those elements in the atmosphere that are going to permeate into the material itself. So if you were trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, have even a vague measurement of what the protective value is, I don't know. That seems questionable. That seems very, very questionable. What's up, Andrew? What are you doing, man? Yeah. Well, I mean, I get it. I mean, like I said, they even did say that this was going to be, it's a process. They're trying to like, you know what I'm saying, outline processes. But I mean, if they turned around and say, okay, well, we have to do it like this so that we get this kind of, you know, protective value out of it, the material that they're using is not going to be accurate. I mean, to a point to be like, maybe the process has to be completely changed because of the environment. Now, granted, they're performing the process in a vacuum, and they are using a simulant that would be relatively close. But the result, as far as like, you know, saying those values wouldn't be the same. It would definitely not be the same. So, like I was saying, it's obvious that it's baby steps, but I would like to think that, like, okay, why would you not take, like, all right, say for example, you take the, granted, okay, for the amount of expense, but at the International Space Station, perfect example. Well, I guess you couldn't do it there either because you have an oxygenated, as a matter of fact, it's more oxygenated in the space station. So, it is what it is. Good call. Good call. And this goes back to the question, about the lunar rovers. I mean, you know, what about like freaking like the Mars rovers? Why would we not do something like that on the moon? Those guys could be doing like, you know, saying hella surveying, you know, saying close to the freaking ground. And plus, I think it'd be a whole lot cheaper to get to the moon than it is to Mars. I don't know. I guess after you're up in space, it's kind of relative as far as like, you know, fuel burnage and stuff like that. Interesting.
Scientists have to find the right parameters so that in future, today's results will look like.
And then, of course, when I was seeing this, where they had the substrate right there, it's like if you wanted to make the bricks
they have to
more
replace
robust,
the artificial light with their solar furnace, which consists of 150
then maybe something like rebar
mirrors.
You know what I'm saying?
Concentrates the light energy.
Some sort of substrate they could actually incorporate into that.
Necessary heat through constant sun radiation, as exists on the moon.
You have to make use of every resource you have. And so I think 3D printing structures for habitations, you know, all these things that we can do now with the existing infrastructure, existing materials on the surface will be something we'll want to take advantage of.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Back to the Antarctic. The conditions can change unpredictably.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, it was proposed back in the freaking, like, dude, in the 80s or early 90s, that we would send robots up there to start making structures now. And then by the time we can get up there with astronauts, they'd have some place to be.
It's exactly the right testing ground for the scientists with the perfect conditions for their research.
And I imagine that was probably under the expectation that the lunar project would continue,
remote continent of
you're
the
saying,
world.
moving forward.
It's not easy to reach.
Whereas we know better now.
The people living here are dependent on the technology which keeps them alive.
I'm sure it was probably 70s to 80s. After they got the space shuttle, dude, that was just like, okay, we'll just go this far.
Almost
everything is
prepared for their project.
They got a snowcat trailer.
ISS, where they're planning to grow vegetables and strawberries in a mobile greenhouse. This platform has been standing here for a while, 400 meters away from the German research station Neumeier 3. The mobile greenhouse should have arrived here days ago, but the cargo boat transporting it to the site is making slow headway through the thick pack ice. 14,000 kilometers away in Germany, moon research is also being carried out. Various experiments for the Project Spaceship EAC are being carried out at the European Astronaut Training Center in Cologne. Belgian student Sander Koene is working on a virtual environment where future visitors to the moon can train.
How cool is that?
In a simulation like this, we can train them in the virtual reality as if they
VR.
were already on the lunar base, and then have them interact with a digital rack and completely be able to do the experiment beforehand instead of just being in a training room with a rack in front of you.
The virtual moonscape is still in the development phase. At some point, however, it could help with the preparation of future missions.
Cool.
A few rooms away, colleague Michael Regidor is busy working with different devices. His specialist area is 3D printing.
Ultimaker.
This is a 3D printer. It works with polymer, and the polymer is sticky behind, and basically it warms it up in here, and then it melts. And when it melts, you can put it over a surface. It gets cold, so it gets stick to the bed, and you can print lane by lane, and then layer by layer, and make a 3D object.
Right.
Heating, melting, printing. But for the next step, Michele is particularly interested in the reusability of the plastic.
What we are doing is here check if the materials work properly in the moon. And afterwards, basically, we will check with our piece if we crash it, and then we re-extrude it with this machine again and print it again if it works the same
That's interesting.
as the object before.
The coil containing the plastic would of course have to be much larger when it is transported to the moon. But once it's there, the plastic could always be reused.
That is kind of questionable.
In Bordeaux, France, the 3D printing process is being researched in a parabolic flight. Professor Jens Günster from BAM in Berlin, the German Federal Materials Testing Institute, has developed equipment with his team to enable parts such as tools to be made from metal powder in zero gravity.
Now, metal 3D printing is badass.
The aim of the experiment is to try out a new process of sucking in powder and then trying to fix it in a zero-gravity environment. So in principle, you can produce parts on demand. The part which has been sintered with the laser onto this plate should be able to be taken out and is ready for use.
Before each flight, the scientists draw their conclusions from the previous flight, making minor adjustments to try and improve the results of their experiment.
Whoa.
This is our third flight day. Last time we switched the material, and this time we have adjusted the parameters of the equipment to be able to apply the layer of powder. I'd say we managed to get about 70% of the powder onto the layer, and the rest flies away. We need to improve that. We can't have the powder flying around.
Looks like
the
Amazon.
The research team is just one of many. In total, the participants here
You think they got the jet engine for freaking Amazon? Maybe just the cap.
There are 31 parabolas per flight. The aircraft rises steeply upwards from its horizontal position, reduces the thrust of the turbine, and flies for around 22 seconds at zero gravity. That is a particular challenge for the scientists, as the gravitational force during a parabolic flight varies. They've adapted the structure of their experiment accordingly. The experimental apparatus looks like this. The metal powder is in a container at the beginning of the parabolic flight. From there, it's spread in a layer over the base plate. So that it doesn't fly away in zero gravity, it's sucked in by gas from below and kept on the base plate, also during zero gravity.
Interesting.
Then a laser melts the relevant information onto the freshly applied powder.
They'd have to do that really quick.
It melts the loose metal powder into a compact structure. This is done with every layer, producing a three-dimensional object, in this case a spanner. Günster and his team can follow this process, which is repeated several times via the installed webcams.
Nice.
The final results can be seen a little later in the laboratory. The metal powder has really been transformed into two small spanners. The experiment by Günster's research group was a success. In the not-too-distant future, all tools could be produced this way in space.
Got the name on it.
In the Antarctic, the long wait is over.
Yeah,
the
vomit
cargo
comet.
ship,
Right.
the Agulhas II from South Africa, has managed to break through the ice, and the unloading can finally take place. After a 10-day delay, the German scientists watched their mobile greenhouse being unloaded from the ship.
How crazy is that? solid ice right up until you touch the ship.
Unloading on the ice has its hazards. Although the area around the ship is frozen, the layer of ice is thinner than further inland. The whole process takes around 90 minutes. In the end, all is well, and the squad sets off back to base.
Then you gotta back that sucker out, huh? Answer the backup beeper on that.
It's 23 kilometers away from the unloading point to Neumayer 3. Although there is no darkness in the Antarctic summer, as the sun never goes down, they still have a regulated 8-hour working day. This day ends with the long-awaited arrival of the container at the station. The next day begins early. It's time to build the greenhouse.
I was gonna say, you still gotta unload the container.
Scientists have a whole freight container full of equipment which they have to unpack and inspect after such a long journey. At the same time, the mobile greenhouse is assembled. It's made up of 2 6-meter-long containers and is precision lifted by crane onto the platform.
Cool, cool.
Once this task has been completed, the Eden ISS project can really get going. Looking inside the container, we can see how the Antarctic greenhouse works in detail. The first part contains the services sector, where all the technical systems, such as air and heat management, are monitored and controlled. The second part contains herbs, vegetables, and lettuces, which can all self-pollinate with the help of ventilation.
Nice.
The technology which allows them to grow is called aeroponic. Instead of transporting heavy soil into space, the roots of the plant are sprayed with a water nutrient solution. LED lamps containing the right color composition are then mounted above to imitate
Wouldn't that be
sunlight.
hydroponic?
Complex water and air cleaning systems complete an independent and sustainable ecosystem.
People think that the plants are only for us to eat, but there are other reasons we take the plants with us.
Oxygen.
They provide us with oxygen to breathe. They need the carbon dioxide that we humans breathe out.
Nice.
It's a perfect
Talk about
symbiosis.
symbiont. Aeroponics. Aeroponics is different. The roots are submerged in water for hydroponic or aren't. Yeah. I gotcha. That's where they're talking about spraying.
Almost 2 weeks later than planned, the German scientists can finally start sowing the seeds. Of course, the long-nurtured strawberry plant has top priority. As carefully as if they were performing surgery, Schubert and Zeidler take care of the sensitive plant.
Ta-da!
After bathing it in water, the strawberry plant is put into its new home using mineral wool and a plastic holder. The researchers are optimistic that most of the plants will thrive.
Wild hair looking rascal. Big long
they're
hair.
Concerned about the diva of their crops, the strawberry plant.
If you go on long-term missions, such as the one to the moon, you can use strawberries as an incentive food, just to keep the isolated team in good mental shape. If this experiment works here in the Antarctic, we're pretty confident that the whole thing will work on the moon, too.
But on the moon, the conditions
like a young
are more
Carl.
difficult and unpredictable.
Which one?
Although the
You talking
container
about one with
could
the hair
stand
bun?
without being
You talking
further
about that
secured
dude?
due to the moon's reduced
Young.
gravity, the parts of the autonomous system still
Okay,
have to
boomer.
be transported there. Yet there's one key component missing on the moon, which is guaranteed here by the connection to the Neumayer 3 station: electricity.
Yeah, I was gonna say power. You do with the plants. Yeah, there's 2 of them.
In Edinburgh, Scotland, a team is working on a solution to this problem. At the Heriot-Watt University, Jürgen Schleppi is researching the topic of solar energy.
Of course, on the moon, we can't just plug our devices into sockets. We have to consider what kind of resources are available for producing energy. There are no rivers, there's no wind on the moon, there's no atmosphere. What is available is sunlight, and it's better than on Earth because it is not weakened by the atmosphere.
Jürgen Schleppi wants to produce mirrors to create energy. His experiment is also about how to use lunar regolith.
To make mirrors?
We'll have the materials we've brought with us, and there's this basaltic sand. What we can build out of basaltic sand is relatively simple bricks or walls by heating the material or baking. We can go one step further and produce basaltic glass from the material.
Microwave, same Panasonic.
Schleppe uses an ordinary microwave oven to make glass from the moon sand simulant.
Again with the simulant.
He grinds the molten regolith, which is turned into glass, as smoothly as possible.
A reflective surface, yeah.
The glass brick still needs a reflective surface. This is made in the final and most complicated part of the mirror production process. On the moon, there is an endless vacuum, but here it has to be created artificially. Schleppe fixes the glass elements which have been produced in recent weeks onto the frame of the vacuum chamber.
Is it weeks?
Before he seals it, he adds one small piece of aluminum, which is heated and then evaporates, distributing millions of tiny particles.
Wow.
The glass is different, but the aluminum is the same type we use for normal mirrors. It's looking pretty good now. It's not transparent anymore, so we can slowly turn off.
Interesting.
The aluminum, which was heated in the vacuum, is not only supposed to coat the inside of the vacuum chamber's glass dome, it is primarily meant to coat the experimental glass stones.
Seems like almost a waste, though.
It looks really good. The mirrors have turned out really well. They should be able to reflect our artificial sunlight well.
That's what matters at the end of his experiment. It will only be a success if the mirrors made of moon sand can also harness energy from light. To test it, the researcher has built his own construction. His homemade mirrors have to pass the comparison test.
That's pretty sweet.
So here we have a reference surface, which reflects sunlight, or rather the artificial light we're going to produce from this surface to the lens.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Attached to a solar cell. The lens concentrates the light onto the solar cell, and then we can produce electricity, which we can measure at a certain voltage. We can read it here on the meter. With the reference surface mirror, we expect to produce about 2 volts. Lights out.
Turn out the lights. Lights out. Party's over.
2.46 volts. That looks good. It's working.
Right.
2.46 volts are produced with an ordinary mirror surface. This is a reference level for the mirror made of the imitation lunar sand.
We're going to find out now whether it'll work in the way we imagine.
Watch the fingerprints. Watch the fingerprints.
2.23 volts.
Not bad.
That's great. We're only losing about 10% compared to the reference mirror surface. That's really good for the first attempt.
Plus, it's not solid.
Very successful.
Yeah. You're gonna be losing. You're gonna be losing
the German scientist
gaps.
has really succeeded in producing energy from lunar regolith and light.
You know, if we can mine those resources and turn them into mirrors or some other solar type of energy, that's definitely going to be a way we're going to maintain a base or a presence on the moon.
Still going to get the aluminum up
The
there.
biggest challenge, I think, for living on the surface of the moon is dealing with
Talk about that guy?
needs, dealing with the infrastructure.
He's
to
not the plant
maintain
guy, though.
systems, especially during the lunar night. What's interesting about the moon is almost anywhere on the surface you're going to experience 14 continuous Earth days of light, followed by 14 continuous Earth days of night.
This day and night rhythm of the moon can be illustrated with the help
rhythm
of a solar
of the
cell,
night,
which would be positioned on the side of the moon that we always see from Earth. This phenomenon arises due to so-called synchronous rotation. The moon needs exactly the same time to orbit the Earth as it does to rotate on its own axis, almost 28 days. Since it rotates on its own axis, this means that the side of the solar cell faces the sun for 14 days. During this period, the energy production by the solar cell is constantly stable. For the other 2 weeks, the solar cell is on the shadow side. Solar energy cannot be produced during the long lunar nights.
And that night, it's cold, dark, there's no solar energy to draw from. You have to have power that can keep alive during those 14 days.
So we need small, efficient batteries. We need very efficient solar cells. If we can develop batteries that'll last 2 weeks for lunar night and do all of the things you want to do up on the moon during that time, then that's the answer.
For Duke's 3-day trip to the moon and the other equally short Apollo missions, energy was not a problem. A much greater challenge back then was moving around in the bulky spacesuits. The astronauts only learned to handle it once they breached the moon.
There are 3 ways to move around on the moon. I generally did a walk, just a regular stiff-legged walk that you could really get going fast. But if I was going uphill, I would kangaroo hop uphill.
I like to skip along, or whatever you call it. I can't get my left leg in front of me.
Downhill, it seemed to be better skip, one leg in front of the other, and you skip down like this. So it depended, to me, it depended on the terrain.
Yeah. They always talked about
which one I used.
They always talked about the dust, how the dust got all over everything. As a matter of fact, it became a hazard to where, like you were saying, that's why they're white, is so they can reflect a lot of the radiant energy from the sun. But when the dust would get there, it actually would trap some of that energy, you know what I'm saying, cause a darker color, which would absorb more. They said at one point in time, it actually got really, really dangerous. That's really very interesting.
I think we really need a better spacesuit to stay on the moon a long time.
It's precisely this
there it is. That's that architecture I've been talking about.
Suit for the moon and Mars.
You'll never see it again.
Which is being pursued at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston. Professor Dava Newman is trying to adapt the old spacesuit to the conditions on the moon.
Oh my gosh. Here's an actual fact. This is really, really interesting when I found out. Do you realize that there's only a limited number of spacesuits that are actually, you know what I'm saying, to be out in space? There's a limited amount, and it's still the same ones from back, like, you know what I'm saying, in the 60s. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, because I went out and looked for it, I mean, there was some replicas that you can get, museum quality replicas of spacesuits. But if I remember the numbers correctly, there's not but like 13 actual spacesuits that can be worn in the environment of outside the Earth's atmosphere. Only 13 of them. And there's a, if I'm not mistaken, they say like 5 or 6 of them are like in need of repair. So it is a huge lack of spacesuits. And I was blown away by that. I was absolutely blown away by that. And I can't remember, I was watching, I can't remember what the video was. I don't think it was a video. I think I was reading about this. I was reading about it because I was researching. I was like, you know, how much? How much is a freaking spacesuit? You know what I'm saying? Let's just throw that out there just to be goofy, right? And they've got museum quality replicas that are somewhere in the realms of about like, you know, 10 to 15 grand. Yikes. But the actual spacesuits that you literally could be in space with is like way, way more expensive than that. I can't even remember what it was. I don't know if it was $500,000 or if it was $1.5 million, something like that. It was really, really expensive. But there's not but like 8 or 7 or 8 of them that actually can be used. And they've got to keep recycling them over and over and over again and repairing them. Super, super costly. As a matter of fact, there's some companies out there that are trying to work on alternative. Really, really interesting. And fact check me on that. Please, please fact check me.
because right now
without SpaceX, right?
140 kilos. It's for space station. It was for shuttle, so that's okay in weightlessness. But when we get to the moon and Mars,
But if I'm not mistaken, that's not for exterior. That's not for exterior use. That's only for
these can backfire,
back and forth.
in
If I'm not
heavy
mistaken, I
spaces.
could be wrong. I could be wrong on that.
Give me a salute. Big Navy salute.
Hello.
Off the ground, on the floor.
How do I make someone much more like an Olympic athlete? How do we perform and not waste my energy working against a suit, but put all that energy into performing? So you really have to think about a completely different design. The only other way to keep someone alive and put pressure on them is to basically put it right onto the skin. So that's called mechanical counterpressure.
Deva's version of the suit is skin tight, exerting pressure on the body and the right pressure within the body. This means that human tissue is not stretched and blood doesn't clot. It's made of 3 layers. The inner layer controls body temperature. The middle layer provides stability and flexibility. And the outer layer is protective.
You still could make that like a
if the
inner
suit
suit.
tears, it can be easily repaired. The outdoor work on the moon can then continue.
Right.
With current spacesuits, a leak could be lethal, as the gas it contains to maintain the pressure necessary for human survival could leak out. This is what makes it so heavy and hinders the astronauts' movement, a major disadvantage compared to MIT's
EVA, really?
We've been working on it for
I
a
didn't
while,
know.
for the last 15 years, and so far, it seems feasible.
It'd still be
Their
crazy
moon suit
expensive.
is indeed feasible, but whether it will be deployed remains to be seen. Elsewhere, the successful implementation of an experiment is more concrete. In the German Aerospace Center in Bremen, the scientists of the Eden ISS project have been back from the Antarctic
there he
for a
is.
month. Minus the
Plant
one who
guy.
has to stay and look after the plants in the greenhouse container. They ask how things are going.
Since
We
the
gotta run
start
to the
of
restroom, y'all.
isolation, it's actually been
You guys
quite
hang
nice
tight.
here. At last, there aren't so many people around. It's
12
quite
mil?
pleasant.
Ouch.
The greenhouse is doing well. The plants are going great.
Rip.
We had a few teething problems at first, but
Let me run
on
to the restroom.
whole,
Be
it's
right
all
back.
going pretty well.
The Antarctic gardener regularly reports via video conference on the development of the plants.
The strawberries were really sensitive, and sadly they didn't make it. We had to stop the experiment early. We're making a new start with the experiment from scratch. Because we don't have seedlings in there anymore, we've planted them straight from seed, and we think it'll be a success.
Every day since their return, scientists have been observing the growth. Today is harvest day, and gardener Paul Zabel can finally reap the benefits of his weeks-long work.
You can see our first harvest here on the table. The lettuce plants have done really well. We've got plenty of those for the next few days. The cucumbers are doing pretty well too. Some of them are really big. They're going to be weighed now, and then I'll think we'll probably have some of them for dinner tonight.
Paul Zabel and the other 9 researchers at the Neumeier 3 station will have fresh vegetables to eat. Not only today, but during their whole isolation period in the Antarctic winter. The Eden ISS project is already a success, and the basis for a food supply for future trips to the moon has been created.
Really interesting.
In a perfect world, we could put a moon habitat, or at least a greenhouse on the moon, within the next 15 to 20 years.
15 to 20 years? Come on, man. They talking about freaking SpaceX putting this
The
up there.
necessary
What?
research funding for
2024?
speedy progress is not as easy to come by.
Come on,
as it was
man.
in times of the
15, 20
Apollo
years.
mission.
I ain't trying to hear that, man. That means you got to call for
That's not
takeout.
what our goal is. Our goal is sustainable, long-term exploration.
Have Uber Eats on the
50
moon,
years
dude.
after the first moon landing, we will probably have to wait a few more years or even decades until the next one. But preliminary preparations are underway.
It's just an exciting thought that we as humans are able to get together internationally and manage to build a base and a permanent outpost
Gonna have
on
to.
the surface of the moon.
The return to the moon is certainly in our genes. We have been given an acquisitive mind and a heart that wants to go out and explore.
Not to mention the fact we don't have a choice.
Nobody knows how long it will take until the next lunar mission takes place. But we do know that in the next few years, a lot will revolve around the moon.
Right. That's exactly correct. That is exactly correct. I tell you what, man, that is super, super interesting. Super, super interesting. I'm not exactly sure how you guys feel about science and technology. I mean, I got to admit, I've got a bore in pedestrian interest in the advancement of technology, science and technology especially, medicine included in that. Super, super interesting. I'll be the first to say that and I've said it before. I am very enthusiastic in this next decade, especially with the incorporation of using AI. I mean, granted, yes, there's genuine concerns about AI running rampant, but in certain segments, using it to make things more efficient and thinking outside of the box and being able to run millions upon millions of simulations, you know, whether it be in a supercomputer environment or whatever the case may be, to come up with a solution that wasn't necessarily in our, in our crosshairs, which is really, really kind of cool. That is really, 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 really kind of cool. But I can't wait. I really, really can't wait. You know, saying over and above the technologies that we're taking advantage of here on Earth, the technologies that are going to be going out into space, you know, whether it's like satellites or deep space probes, you know, going to other planets, putting down, you know, either robots or just even like, you know, a slight glimpse. Where was it that Russia actually landed? Was that Mercury or Venus? It was either Mercury or Venus that they actually had a picture like underneath the freaking atmospheric layer, as it were, which is, I mean, it's granted that the device itself didn't last long, but it lasted long enough to send back a freaking image, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. So Russia landed on Venus. There you go. That's exactly what I was looking for. So, I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's that kind of having the technology we have now being utilized to, like, you know, grab a snapshot of new places and new things. That's the part I'm enthusiastic about. That's the part that I'm enthusiastic about, is the knowledge. The knowledge that we're about ready to gain is going to be staggering. It is going to be staggering and awe-inspiring. Now, granted, for the younger members of society that are growing up in this period, you know what I'm saying, they're probably shrugging their shoulders. They don't understand, you know, saying the perspective. And, well, they might. I'm not going to say that. They might very well understand this perspective, but still, it's folks like myself that have, you know, our first TV was black and white. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as a home computer, at least in our household, for a while. But watching the development, watching that development is awe-inspiring, and it definitely makes it hopeful of the future, for sure. Seeing how things are gonna actually go. So I can't necessarily say how it's gonna go. Lord knows there's going to be a lot of obstacles, especially when it comes to society and social issues, over and above global social or global medical issues, that kind of thing. It'll be definitely something to see. But I tell you what, y'all, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I'm going to go ahead and sit back and relax. And I realize that we are still a bit early. Yeah. Anyhow. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I mean, like I said, Just Chatting is an open opportunity to go places where I've never gone before that I would definitely like to share with y'all. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I would like to think that I mean, granted, yes, I'm sure there's probably some folks that don't necessarily share in my passion for this kind of discussion, you know, over and above. have, watching videos and stuff like that, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't necessarily think that's highbrow in terms of, like, what I'm saying, but it's not lowbrow in terms of, like, what I'm saying, what we're watching as compared to, what I'm saying, just like a normal, everyday kind of drama kind of thing. What I'm saying, a reaction video, that kind of thing. But, like, an open discussion of, how you feel about this, or how your perspective, your take. Technology and science is huge to me. It is absolutely huge to me, and I can't necessarily say this would be a regular thing, but it is something that every once in a while, I would like to engage the community in opinion, and maybe even some broad spectrum ideas that it would be worth discussion. It'd be absolutely worth discussion. So, yeah, a refreshing change of pace, especially for me. I mean, I got to admit, since I started on Twitch, I don't believe that I had like maybe 1 or 2 just chattings, and most of the time it was just a failed attempt at doing something else. Whereas this right here, for far more engaging and comfortable with especially the one that we did first with the ancient Egypt and the technology and stuff like that. I know there's a lot of people that have their own opinions about how it happened, and of course, yeah, we could take the comedic the comedic skew and have fun with it, but it still doesn't take away from the actual amazing technology that's behind it. It wasn't like that was accidental. They proved it over and over and over again within just that one video. And so that's one of the reasons why, expanded out into especially extra Earth technology and what it would take on whatever level. But for those of you guys that enjoyed yourself, I hope that the other folks that didn't necessarily stick around weren't offended by a change of pace. And that's the proper way to say that too, Josh. And I appreciate you saying that. It's a refreshing change of pace. I got to admit, gaming has kind of taken a back seat, at least today. Granted, we started in with kind of like putzing around, frickin' Avorion and what have you. And yeah, we did have ourselves a few individuals that decided to come by and try to make it their own, but that's for another time. That's definitely for another time, another discussion for sure. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I made up some Salisbury steaks banquet. I didn't do it in the microwave either. I actually did it in the oven, but I got some leftovers. So I think I'm going to take advantage of that and get me something to eat. I could be back. I don't know. If you have the capability of hitting the bell notification, please do. And if not, I hope to see you tomorrow. As a matter of fact, we're going to be doing a morning stream, and I'm not completely certain of what the format is going to be. I don't necessarily want to bleed just chatting to death. Because, I mean, I don't necessarily think granted, I have a lot to say, but I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to play out. I find some people might be a slight bit intimidated about speaking up about some of the topics that I like to talk about. But I would definitely like to think that most of the folks that do come here have an opinion. And over and above the other folks that are here for their own personal agenda, they have the complete capacity to have their own streams if they so felt inclined. So I wouldn't want somebody to come in to try to take over. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. We'll kind of let that sit on the back burner. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming by, hanging out. Thank you for everything. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the raids. Oh my gosh. Absolutely incredible. And everything in between. Everything in between. The lurkers, the freaking humor, the discussion, the comments, the perspective, all of it. I do appreciate it. Really, really do appreciate it. So, you guys have yourselves a great day. Oh, well, I'm not necessarily going to rate anybody again. And, but you guys know what the dealio is. Let me go ahead and throw the hashtag up there. I'm going to throw it up there a couple times. Yeah. And Josh, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm glad that you stuck around as long as you, I mean, I know that you got work and lurk and stuff like that. And I know that a lot of people do. That's kind of one of the reasons why I was titling it the way it is, because I kind of figured there'd be a lot of people that just kind of put it on in the background. But it's always good to have folks that are being interactive. Always, always good. That being said, take it with you, y'all. Catch you guys tomorrow. Or later, maybe. Peace.